Okay, welcome to the parallel session 5, all the audience and also our distinguished invited speaker. Before starting these parallel sessions, I would like to check all of the presenters and also our distinguished invited speakers. I would like to check Prof. Hani Wijaya. Good morning, Prof. Hani. Are you here with me?
Yeah, I think because I can see
Okay.
you.
Good morning. How are you doing, Prof?
Thanks God, Alhamdulillah, Puji Tuhan, so far so good. So looks like that you also looks very, 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 very healthy. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Okay. And the second one is Prof. Jarwanto. Prof. Jarwanto, good morning. Could you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, good morning. I'm well.
How are you doing, Prof?
I'm very well.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. Before starting this session, I would like to welcome to all of you, the participants and also the all presenters in the second International Conference of Lignocellulose. It is a great pleasure for me to take the time as a chair in this parallel session, and in this occasion, I would be accompanied by co-chair Ibu Nidia. Ibu Nidia, are you here with me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good morning, Bu Nidia, and also all the technical committee that support this conference. Good morning for all audience and presenters. Before starting the presentation, we would like to announce maybe about the information regarding this session. This session is a parallel session 5 focused on the plant-based chemical compound. And today we have two distinguished invited speakers, which are Professor Christopher Hani Wijaya and also Professor Dr. Jarwanto. And two of invited speakers will deliver their speech. For each invited speaker will be given time about 25 minutes. And then after the talks and speech, we will going to the Q&A session about 10 until 15 minutes. And please prepare your question after watching and listening the presentation from our invited speakers. Okay, before starting the session, I would like to, maybe we can take a picture for a while, right? Because this is a very grateful moment for us for having Prof. Jarwanto and also Prof. Christopher Hani Wijaya in this session. For all participants, you can turn on your camera, and I would like ask the technical committee to take the picture for the documentation. Okay, please turn on your camera first.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I think all the participants already turned on their camera, and please give your best smile. Cheese. Okay, good. Bu Nidia will help me to take the picture. Already, Bu Nidia? Okay, I think they have took the picture of us. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Recording stopped.
Camera. Then all participants, this morning we have Prof. Hani Wijaya as first invited speakers. So before Prof. Hani Wijaya deliver their speech, I would like to read her short bio. Please, Bu Nidia or Ibu Rizka, could you help me to show the short bio of our invited speakers today? In full screen, please. Okay. Professor Dr. Christopher Hani Wijaya was born in Semarang, Indonesia. She is known as a professor at Fakultas Teknologi Pertanian, Institut Pertanian Bogor, Indonesia. She pursued her bachelor at Bogor Agricultural University, IPB, in 1983, then continued her master degree at Agricultural Chemistry at Hokkaido University, Japan. Oh, hisashi buri desu ne, Prof. And then after pursuing her master, Professor Hani Wijaya continued her doctoral degree at agriculture in the same department and the same university from Hokkaido University in 1993. Her main research interests are including the food science and technology, food chemistry, and her area of studies are flavor chemistry and technology. She has research interests in the field of food chemistry, including isolation and identification of flavor component and bioactive compound from local resources, study on varieties quality of tropical fruits produced by breeding, tropical peatland management, Asian ethnic diets, and traditional herbal medicine in the perspective of functional foods and health promotion. A very accomplished researcher, I think. And if I didn't mistake, you lately received a Sarwono Award, right? For your great achievement in the functional food. Congratulations, Prof. Hani. Okay, Prof. Hani, to get the useful time and we can hear directly your speech, and then time and screen is yours. Please, Dr. Hani.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for your kind introduction. Yoroshiku onegaitasimasu. Good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is our blessing for the God the Almighty for giving us this
Excuse me, Prof. You would like to share your screen by yourself, or we from the committee can help you to share the screen?
Yeah, I will share it. Don't worry. Okay, I will directly share it. Okay. So, yeah, hopefully you can see already. Once again, thanks to God the Almighty for giving us this wonderful opportunity in this valuable virtual conference. And also I have to extend my deep gratitude to the dedicated committee. So here I am, and I will try my best in this 25 minutes or 20 minutes to deliver the brief of our experiments, experience, and also achievement that to motivate the young researchers for doing in this kind of what we call is dry area. Everybody always very scary with the word of chemistry, isn't it? But now I'm as a food scientist is more scary because we come with the global food crisis. We cannot avoid that one. As I mentioned in many forums, there are a lot of mouths should be fed in 2050. It said we have to feed more than 9 billion people. So we have to go with the food accelerators. But I always like what Professor Joachim von Braun said, that it should be the opportunity for innovation, whatever it is. Yeah. So let's try with our spirit. I will divide it in these three topics about the Kajabut Scandi, Glucodiop, and Pajri Give. So hopefully, some of you know about this product. We call it Kajabut candy, but I will share with you what is the reason behind to make this product. Actually, I really interested with a Melaleuca kajuputi tree, which is a useful species and an option for paludiculture in degraded peatland, and we can find a lot of this tree in the forest, and we can make it with the essential oil as what you call renewable forest product, since we can distillate the kajuputri leaf and small branches to become a very useful essential oil. And the other luckiness is we have this one in as a native tree in Molucas Islands, and now already spread out all over Indonesia. It's not, once again, it's not eucalyptus, it's Melaleuca kajuputi. So it's really different kind, but it has very similar components, and that's why it has also eucalyptus-like flavor. very unique. I love it very much because my grandma, I feel always dear with my grandma because since my childhood, I really know about this flavor. And according to our exploration, this kaju putih oils has a lot of function, including as for medicinals in Indonesian culture, as for the stomach or problem, for example, or knows very well is a topical treatment oil. But in this case, I will bring this nice essential oil to better area according to me because it's more expensive. So we will bring it as a functional flavoring. So we detect a lot of aroma active compounds in these oils. Mostly cineolidine, yeah. But then we got also several small flavoring ingredients with this make all of the kaju putih oil cannot become the flavoring because it has different sensory. Based on that, we know that the terpene is the best thing to go for the indicators, but we need another indicator. So we work a lot with that one as well. And although the SNI said that the kaju putih oil fulfill the requirement, but for flavoring, we cannot do it as it is. So we do a lot of job in that one. And of course, for the food purposes, we have to go with the safetiness. And we are lucky because in 1994, it's come with the FEMA already, although I started in 1996. So it just come with the natural flavor ingredients with so many people asking whether it's safe or not. Usually we just know about use it as topical oils. So with that kind of findings, we go with a unique functional confectionery development that representing Indonesia, and with that kind of new things, especially we can say about the functional active, and we can bring it everywhere in the world as souvenir with prouds. And this is the candy that has already started from 1996, but we are still working with this one because there are a lot of the derivative products and new activities and new variants. It's involving more than 35 students now. The last one just joined with a PhD and a lot of journal publication, international conference. We have also several certificates now. It's come with a fourth one, and we have another new one. Hopefully, it will come in the near future. A lot of awards, including the Akil. Yeah, that is one thing that very helpful for us to go with the product commercialization, and now have been in the markets in 2010 until now. Still, we have already the mark, yes, or the because we need the what we call is what you call it a kind of name that related with our research result. But the most wonderful things for me during we prepare this research to become a commercialized product, there is a long way. And I'm very happy to live in Indonesia because there are so many helpful people. And I'm very happy also this research can give them a little bit income. At the first, it come with we have to put it the label one by one, but now luckily with the research impact, we got blessing from the kaju putih candy suddenly become the COVID candy. I never dream about that one during my research because in this case we work more for lozenges and oral care with Professor Boy Bahtiar from University of Indonesia, the dentistry, from Faculty of Dentistry. But from the grassroots, it suddenly comes. They ask so much for this candy because they said with this kind of opportunity, especially for anxiety release. It's very helpful for people who works with COVID-19 infection, and also the person who taking care with that kind of special clothes. They are feels very difficult to breathe. But the one that we know only it should be can be done because the molecular docking said that a lot of compounds give better activities for this COVID conquer. So I really also don't know, because it suddenly has been appointed as one of the national donation products of Bakti Inovasi Indonesia, and it has been distributed everywhere. But as a scientist, once again, I feel also for the efficacy evidence. So now we are working a little bit late, but we go back whether it really can help the people with a infection or not. So working together with the medical doctors from University of Lampung and University of Indonesia, we go for the clinical study. And yeah, I have to get a little bit faster, especially now. I just thinking about two things. The opportunity, maybe this product will be more accepted when I said it's good for the people with slimming progress. But we have to go further, yeah, hopefully. And that is possible because we can make this candy in without sugar, yeah, sugarless, in this case, non-sucrose one, and with this kind of efficacy, hopefully, yeah. Our wonderful, beautiful moderators will also try this one, because not make you chubby. No worry. Okay. Yes. Okay. So, yeah, with this one I can say, yeah, we can make the novel functional flavor from cashew nuts oil, which is as a potentially renewable non-timer forest product with more economical purse, and also we have a lot of possibility to give the community choice a good food for them if they need it. That's good for me as well. We get now the new partner for producing this one, because they have also the plantation for cashew nuts oil, that is PT Sanggar Sehat Sejahtera. So maybe in the near future, after the Badan POM registration number, we can have this one in the market. Okay, I have to go a little bit faster with this Java tea-based functional drink. That is the first we developed this product, but now in the market it's become glucodiol. So once again, it's also based on the survey result of the which conducted by the International Tropical Timber Organization. They found a lot of wild tree among the forest, which is they call is kumis kucing, or yeah, that because it's like kumis kucing, yeah, but in English it's not that mustard. There is a Java tea tree, it's called it, and thinking about the possibility of the antioxidant at that time. A lot of people need antioxidant for the functional drink, so we make it by combining a lot of ingredients which has a high antioxidant capacity, but still have another rules. For example, like the limes, lemons, and so on. With the ginger, they have a very nice flavor, and the sapan wood, instead of the flavor, also has the nice color, and the Java turmeric have a very strong capacity for antioxidant with the good color, although not good in flavor. But by combining that's all together, we can make what we call is Java tea-based functional drink with high antioxidant. It's a real high, and we try to combine not only high in capacity, but because it's food, so it has to have a good flavor. So by using the what we call it new design expert software, we can make it short. Then we can find a good composition among thousands maybe of composition for these products with the high desirability. So we will have the good antioxidant and good in flavor. And yes, based on the results, we can compare with another commercial one. We only cannot compete this one. This is a UC 1000. I always remember that. So it's still very high. But a fortunate thing, that is always fortunate for researchers, because there is also a lot of reason to go further with the research. The diabetic syndrome comes so fast in the world, including in Indonesia, and we found that among of the ingredient that we use also have capacity for inhibition of alpha glucosidase and alpha amylase, almost the same with the what we call it the target like acarbose. So we further go, with the anti-hyperglycemic activities. We go with the ex vivo. We have to go with in vivo, and the good things that when we go with the mice, we can drink this product as normal drink, because there will be no effect for the normal mice with the drink. But we put it in the diabetic mice, it have a wonderful effect. So it can help the mice with the what we call it like the one added by insulin. So it's mean it has anti-hyperglycemic activities which can help the people with diabetic. So we go with the products development. After a long way, then we find a partner from Soho with LPDP Reset Pro. We try to find out as a food chemistry, food chemist, I have to go with the indicators to make sure that all of the ingredient still under control. So there is no joke to say that the drink can be good for the good people only, based on the amalan, it's like that. So with the joint research in industrial, we go for the drink, and we finish with the drink. We've already prepared for launching, but suddenly from the company comes with, especially from the marketer said, it's impossible to go with this one because the ready to drink very expensive for distribute all over Indonesia. So then it's come with another new research. We go with the concentration, and we make a concentrate. Although to make concentrate, we do a lot of things again. But luckily, after the long story, then we can make it as a product. So if you see here, so I have another 5 minutes, and I will go with the next one. This is the good story. It has been launched in 2020, and until now is still accepted by consumers in the markets. And maybe I very honored to have the launch with a very important person in Indonesia. So this is a lucky product, I think. But of course, this is not mine, but it's based on many contributors. We go with the researchers, we go with the lawyers for legal one, we go in economists, we go with the surveyors, and so many persons involved to contribute this one. Of course, my students, supervised students, and research partner. I cannot count it this one because we started this research from 2006, and now it's still there, for 2020. So the things that I can say, and of course it has been good because now I can very proud to show in the world that we have a lot of things that can help them to overcome the what we call is food crisis. The last but not least, so now it's come with the intercrop products in the a lot of forest. Now a lot of agency try to make it, but not the problem. For example, like pineapple, they can produce a lot of pineapple, but the consumer cannot just consume it as a fresh fruit or just become a juice or a jelly because the economic plus is not there. So this one, I found it in Pekanbaru, since the functional food now become more and more popular, and people also care about the to reduce meat consume because of the global warming. And this is nice. Traditionally, it's made not from meat but from pineapple, and it has what I call is geographical benefit and a lot of things that can be derived from this kind of product. So we make it as a kind what we call is iping iso, hopefully like that for the souvenir and so on, and we can distribute to all over the world. So in conclusion, I think this is the last one. I just want to show a little bit things that studying about chemistry is not that boring. We can research this chemistry in very many ways. And I'm sorry today I a little bit what I call narcissist, because I really want to to invite you all the young researchers, please come on. No worry, the one that I did, I got a lot of things. I got the national award, I got the international award, I got the regional award, I got the local award. It's mean, still on the track. So you can also do it by yourself. And yes, as what Nosmitri said, thanks to God, Alhamdulillah, I never dreamed that I got this Sarwono Award. Thank you for BRIN. And hopefully this will, give a punch to all the researchers, especially for the researchers that they call is in dry area like chemistry, to have more, hope and power to go further, because we can do something with our knowledge. So with this, I have to stop before being stopped by my beautiful Madam Chairperson. I will give it back, and I do apologize for my Japanese, Singlish. Hopefully you can understand what I said, and please forgive me if there's any mistake. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Hani. I was impressed with your last slide that you have a happy team. I think the happiness is most important now in doing work, so we can do our work with intensively, with the full pay attention. And I hope all the participants and all speakers here is in the very happiness conditions. I hope so.
Amen.
Thank you for your such a wonderful presentation, very enriching and also enlightening us about how you work with the functional food, starting from the what can I say, a very unique commodity from Indonesia, kaju food, and then you also develop the glucodia. It's very interesting for me. And then for all presenter or participants, if you have a question, please keep on your mind, or maybe you can type in the chat room. And in the end of the session, after Prof. Jawanto give his speech, I will open the session of Q&A question. But you can keep your question to Prof. Hani, start from now. Thank you very much, Prof. Hani, for your very wonderful presentation. I would like to ask you to stay tuned with us because we still have the second lecture from the Prof. Jarwanto. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to Prof. Hani Wijaya by click the clapping hand button on your screen. Okay. So we are going to the next presenter, Prof. Jarwanto. Before starting the presentation from Prof. Jarwanto, I would like to show you the short bio of him. Maybe, okay. The technical committee, please help me to show. Okay, this is the short bio of Prof. Jarwanto. Full screen, please. Okay, Professor Dr. Jarwanto is a senior researcher at Research Center for Biomass and Bioproducts, or we can denote it as a PRBB, National Research and Innovation Agency. Oh, oops, okay. Or we call BRIN, in the field of biodeterioration and preservation of lignocellulosic biomass. His current research interests are on wood forensic and biodeterioration by fungi and nanopreservative. He was born and raised in Salatiga, Central Java on May 29, 1959. He was conducted his bachelor degree at Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences at Pakuan University, Bogor. Then he continued his master at Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences at University of Indonesia, and he pursued his doctoral degree at Applied Biosciences and Microbiology at Ehime University, Japan. Oh, both of the speakers are from the Japan graduate. Wonderful. Okay, Prof. Jarwanto, time and screen is yours. Please give your speech now.
Yes, thank you. Well, actually, I want to talk about our research journey on basic properties of wood. And by the way, I would like to already send my
video recording. Okay, we saw the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to talk about toward advanced research on basic properties and preservation of wood. Everyone, wood is a unique material that relatively light, flexible, easy to shape as needed, and has a beautiful pattern. However, it contains lignocellulose that make wood is susceptible to many kinds of organisms for their life. Therefore, understanding wood as biomaterial is crucial. So we need research on basic properties. These are some results of many years our study. For example, tumbuhan berguna Indonesia 1 until 4, atlas kayu Indonesia from 1 to 5, atlas rotan Indonesia from 1 and 2, and atlas bambu Indonesia 1 and 2. This is implementation on basic properties research for commercial timber classification. In 1950 to 1970, 100 wood species were treated as a major commercial timber and increased by almost threefold in 2016, become 1,044 species according to the License Information Unit database. The classification of commercial timber as the basic of forestry tax implementation is regulated by Forestry Minister Decree number 163. Classification of wood species on the basis of forestry tax imposition. However, it only accommodates 121 commercial timber groups covering 186 species or genus. Some weaknesses have been identified in the current decree. What new criteria are needed to allow classification of up-to-date treated timber and for all timber generally? The assessment was carried out on the wood specimen in Silarium Bogorians 1915 collections. This is the Indonesian commercial timber oath classification. Consists of commercial 1, commercial 2 or mixed group, decorative 1, and decorative 2. This is the proposed new criteria for commercial timber classification in Indonesia. The timber is assessed based on conservation status, decorative aspect, and quality aspect. The high decorative pattern and high durability strength are classified into group commercial decorative class 1. This is the new distribution of commercial timber according to new criteria. And now we have 40 species of commercial decorative class 1 and 320 commercial decorative class 2. This is the appearance of commercial decorative class 1 from ulin, ringkit darah, and ebony. And commercial decorative class 2, we have kempas, bedaru, and cempaka. This is macroscopic appearance of commercial class 1 from Babikurus, Balo, and Pangkirai. From commercial class 2, we have durian, hati kakatu, and katupo. And from commercial class 3, we have arang-arang, palam ijuk, and gadeper. Natural durability of wood. We all know that most of wood are susceptible to wood degrading organisms. Wood degrading organisms consist of insects, fungi, and marine borer. Wood degrading organisms and the wood preservation. From insects, this is the feature of soil termite, Coptothermes, Odothermes, Microthermes, and Nasutithermes. And drywood termite, Cricothermes, drywood puder, hetero species, Ambrosia beetle, Scolitidae. And the figure below is the type of attack by those insects. This is the fungal features, degrading wood degrading fungi. The first blue stain, Ceratocystis and Diplodia, through the cup or on the surface of the peeling skin, with moisture content above 18%. This fungi is not decrease the strength, and the color of wood becomes gray to blue. For white rot and brown rot have an enzyme that destroy the lignin and cellulose. This is faster attack, and for example, white rot is Polyporus versicolor, for brown rot is Poria monticola. And the third is of rot fungi, grow in the cell walls, slow attack, it attack the wood related to the water, and damage the wood structure. For example, the Dacropinac spatularia. This is the type of insect attack by termite and the beetles. Okay. This is the feature of fungal attack on various wood discoloring fungi, white rot, and brown rot fungi. And this is the type of marine borer or seaworm on wood. Natural durability and its service life of wood. This is grading the durability class of wood based on the criteria: 1. Always in moist environment. 2. Under weather and wind condition well protected from water. 3. Covered under the roof and prevent from wet soil. 4. Under the roof and in well-maintained condition. It can be grouped into grade 1 to grade 5. There are grade 1 is the most durable, and the grade 5 is the less durable. Natural durability and its service of wood by the stick test, we can classify it into 5 classes. 1. Class 1 means durable and it service 8 years or over. And class 2 durable means in the service life 5 to 8 years. Class 3 moderately durable, its service life 3 to 5 years. 4 non-durable means from 1.5 and under 3 years. And class 5 very non-durable or perishable, its service life less than 1.5 years. This is the natural durability of woods against fungi based on Indonesia national standard. There are 5 classes from class 1 and then class 5. Class 1 means very durable when the weight loss less than 1%. And the very non-durable or class 5 when the weight loss over 30%. We can see from this table the strength of a class of wood according to Ojunseng 1990. There are 5 strength class from 1 to 5. Wood preservation. Currently, we use vacuum pressure method on research of wood preservation using mineral salt preservative. However, we often found that the preservative is difficult to penetrate the wood. It is the destructive testing on biodeterioration. The first is natural resistance of wood to soil termites, Coptotermis prurignatus or green. And the second, natural resistance of wood to dry wood termites or Cryptotermis cynocephalus live. Development of research on basic properties. In order to improve the preservative performance, researchers develop nanopreservative and develop a non-destructive testing for the wood. Development of nanopreservative use nano zinc, metal oxide ceramic, iron, aluminum, and zinc. And For non-toxic preservative, usually use nanosilica and silicon oxide. Future research. For the future research, we develop a non-destructive wood withering test, nano-preservative development using nano-zinc and nano-copper, preservation without preservative, for example, torrefaction, and development non-toxic preservative, for example, nanosilica. Research on development of a non-destructive cutting time estimation system based on electrical capacitance with the objective post-cutting wood quality estimation system, monitoring of wood log biodeterioration, estimation of wood cutting time based on the quality and process of biodeterioration, which can be applied in the field. The journey of ICONLIG. It is starting on 2011 from 30 wood species from 5 geographic locations. And then on 2017, there is joint research between Corpro and Libby and produce wood ID. On 2018, the ICO was developed. You can identify 144 wood species in forestry degree. On classification of commercial timber as the basis for the invoicing forestry tax. This tool using platform Android histogram of oriented gradient feature and support vector machine classifier. On 2019, the ICONLIG was developed using platform web and Android based TensorFlow and convolution neural networks. It can define 223 Indonesian commercial timber. And on 2020, ICONLIG improved to identify 1,180 wood species from lesser known species, imported timber, funding by USAID peer project, development of wood identification system, and timber tracking database to support legal trade process. Cycle 8. On 2021, adding the 200 wood species lesser known timber and subnote 2 chapter 44 wood custom organization BCO, integration of ICONLIG into Indonesian Atlas. The journey of wood identifier or wider. On 2020, we hired volumetric fit sensor to measure the wood capacitance, and on 2021 we generated one generation of wood IDA, and we use this machine on 2022 as sensor for standing trees and log wood in the field. Next, on the 2023, we plan to use sensor for solid wood and wood products of various shapes and sizes. And the 2024 wood integration system and its estimation of density and carbon content for standing trees logs solid wood and wood products of various shapes and sizes that have been tested in the field. A wood-based identification tool for measuring electrical capacitance utilizing spectrum analysis up to tens of megahertz and machine learning algorithms to identify wood species. Wider can measure wooden object in just milliseconds and has an accuracy of above 95%. Portable and equipped with batteries. Recent research using ECVT for the dynamic tree monitoring system to find out the tree brain wood decay and prediction. The physiological process of trees are strongly influenced by the environmental condition. By understanding the psychological processes that occur on the appropriate silviculture treatment can be determined. Thus, the stand productivity can be increased and information on the tree residence to disturbance can be useful for individual or population selection in tree breeding programs and climate change adaptation. The technology for monitoring tree psychological processes based on the nature of electrical permittivity allows the trees respond to the environment to be known in real time. The processes that occur in it can be seen in its entirety, including the part of the tree that is most active and always respond can be studied to find out where the brain of the tree is. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Jarwanto, for your wonderful presentation. I'm very grateful today we have two speakers that one speaker talk us about the non-timber forest product from Prof. Hani, and one speaker talk us about the particularly specifically about wood from Prof. Jarwanto. So we have a very complete information about the forest products. Wonderful. So now we are going to the Q&A session. I would like to invite all of you, all participants from this parallel session. You can use the chat room menu on your screen, or you can push your raise hand button to show us that any question from the participants. Okay, now we have two questions by raise hand button here. The first one is from Pak Gunawan Pasaribu, and the second one from Ibu Nidia. So I would like to start from Pak Gunawan, please. Pak Gunawan.
Okay, thank you, Bu Novi. Is my voice clear?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Clear.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Prof. Hani. Nice presentation, Prof. Hani. Okay. Prof. Hani, I'm a researcher on non-timber forest product. As we know, the kind of NTFP is very large or very risk. I would like to ask you how, if I a researcher, how to the strategy to choose one, the best for I develop for commercialization is the first. And the second one, I like your product for commercialization and after to the market is, I think, is very very. May you give us or give me the trick for commercialization your research into the market. That's all. Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Thank you, Bu Novi.
Bu Novi, should I wait for another?
Yeah, you can as well directly, Prof. Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Pak Gunawan Asaribu. Yeah, I think, sorry, that is very touch and very tough question. At the first time, I just use my, what I think, intuition, something like that, like the one, because maybe I'm a woman, so sometimes something touched to my heart and come in my mind, something like that when I talk about the cajuput oil, because at the time I not yet get in touch with the all problem now in the world regarding the forest and so on. So the first cajuput candy development is more than I need something, because I've graduated from Japan, and you know, in Japan we have a kind of culture to bring omiyage, isn't it? Yeah, it's easily to bring something from Japan to Indonesia as omiyage, just only depend on your wallet. A lot of choices, but when I should come as you know that I'm an ambassador of Hokkaido University, I sometimes have to come to Japan, and every time I have a problem with what should I bring, because if I just bring a handicraft and so on, I think yeah, many of you who has been in Japan knows there is no space to put it all. So I have to bring something that we can share together, easy to be separate and look nice, hygiene, and the most important, there is a story about the thing that you bring, not only the historical story but also the scientific story. So that makes me come with the idea to make the Melaleuca cajuputi oil or cajuput essential oil to become a product. And so that is the first thing. And yes, of course, sometimes we can also choose an ingredient based on the scientific data. And that is the second one that I put kumis kucing. Yeah? Although always people tease me with saying, how can you catch up the cat to take the mustard? Kumis kucing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the time, I just thinking about the result of ITTO. And I don't want to go to the normal pathway that people have already a lot doing the research, because kumis kucing or Javati plant, known as what we call is for kidney stone, yeah, stone, what you call it, yeah, maybe like that, batu ginjal, something like that. But I see more like the ability to use it in different purpose by make a new opportunity to see further efficacy from the chemistry perspective. So I found there are antioxidants there, and it's easy to make a kind of product with antioxidant, because everybody just know about antioxidants. They don't care about anything. Although antioxidant has so many different things, but at least for a product, you have to catch up the customer first, what they want and what they need. So that is the second way I go with the what I call it, the data from the survey. And yeah, I'm caring about the global changes, especially for the climate, because you know now the disaster condition comes too fast, and I really want to help my friend in forestry area to to redundant the timber utilization, because like or not, we are human being. We need to live with the sources, or how to deliver different kind of opportunity is a must. So to make it short, the second one, I go with the data from the research for the survey, and then I also look for the capability to make the products in the market. If I want to make it in the market, what is the market needs? The last but not least, actually, this is for the future knowledge, that I always think about something is not for now as a researchers. Now, I always think about something, I need times to develop it. So if I want to bring it in the commercialized, we have to think about something might happen in 5 years or several years after this. Because if not, then when you finish with your products, I mean the development of the products, nobody wants it, because it's already, the need has already offered something like that. So if we think about, for the ketchup candy, that is another blessing. I never think that we will have COVID-19 100% like that. I just think at the time we have a problem with the children, because they want to eat something nice like candy and so on, but they will ruin their teeth. That is at that time. So I think about how to make a candy to make them happy. Of course, happy is something for me, because as our moderator says, we need to enjoy the life to make something more smooth and enjoyable and fruitful, something like that. So I found techniques how to make a candy with not ruin your mouths and so on. So the taste is still there, good for the children. And at the first time when I made it, everybody just think that I'm a little bit disorder, crazy. They always said, how can we eat this one? Usually we just put in our head, is our head headaches, or just put in your nose, and you feel a kind of influenza, and or maybe just put in your eyes to make it open and so on. That is several years ago, but now, something different, isn't it? And that is always so. Pak Gunawan,
Okay.
Terus your way.
Okay,
That's one thing.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Because your source is from, I very interested because your source from forest non-timber forest product like kajuput, sapanut. Okay, thank you, Prof. We hope we any opportunity to discuss with you next time. Thank you, Prof.
I will help from my field of study, but your forest is yours.
Okay, yes, because we have developed non-timber forest product for nutraceutical, Prof. Thank you, Prof.
Good, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Hani. Okay, thank you, Pak Gunawan. And the second one, Bu Nidia, you will deliver your question to who? Prof. Hani or Prof. Charwanto?
To both of them. Can I?
Okay. Please deliver shortly and briefly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bu Novi, for the opportunity. I would like to ask to Prof. Hani. You mentioned in your slide that candy can suppress the COVID-19 infection. Is it for the light symptom or can be used for the heavy symptom of COVID-19? And for the Professor Darwanto, can I know how the principle to monitoring the tree by measurement the electrical permittivity or electrical capacity of the wood? Thank you.
Okay, the question can be understood, Prof. Hani and Prof. Charwanto? Okay, I would like to give the time first, maybe from Prof. Charwanto first. Prof. Hani, it's okay? Okay, yes. Prof. Charwanto? We start from you to answer the question first.
Thank you, Ms. Nidia. if I'm not mistaken, you want to know how to measure the capacitance of the wood, right?
Yes. How the principle by measure the electrical capacitance and electrical permittivity of wood, and what want to know
Okay.
that measurement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, we have to think that every material has the capacitance if the electricity pass to them, and because that we try to know every wood is every species of wood has the special capacitance because of the chemical content is different, and the basic properties like the anatomical what I call it the pores, the cellulose, the lignits, it's usually the different in content, and the feature of the pores usually different, so it will keep the value of the capacitance different, and we also to try to measure the right now and the future to the capacitance of the decayed wood, with the sequence time itu that I hope we will know the when the wood is start to decay, and then we try to convert to when the wood is start failing, and when the wood is the failing time of the wood, I mean, yeah, and when the wood is weathering in the field, the duration is also working more time, more long time weathering in the field, and the wood is more decayed, that the component, the chemical component also changing. So we can measure the when the wood is start to cutting, and how long the wood have been weathering in the field. I think, and then that.
Okay, thank you. Ibu Nidia, is it clear the answer from the Prof. Jarwanto? So it related to the porous structure of the wood and also the chemical components from its wood, that its wood has the unique chemical component and porous structure, then the electricity can be passed through the porous structure. Do you got it? Okay.
I got it. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jarwanto.
Okay, Prof. Hadi, before you answer the question from Ibu Nidia, because the limited time, I would like to resume first the question from the other participants, and would you please to answer it in the very short time and briefly answer. A part of Ibu Nidia question, the second question is arrived from Mbak Nurul, Ibu Nurul here for Prof. Hani. Very interesting presentation. I want to ask you, what is the first step to start making a product, especially for, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry, okay.
Especially for functional food and nutraceutical.
Yeah, because my scroll button is a little bit error. Could you please share the experience to enter the market? And the second one is from Pak Aswandi, Dr. Aswandi, I think. Yeah. Dr. Aswandi, I think you have to deliver the question directly. Is it okay? If you want to open your mic, you can unmute your mic, Dr. Aswandi.
Yes. My question addressed to Professor Wijaya. Right now, we are conduct research about the essential oil from endemic species like the champur, Sumatran champur, and benzoin in North Sumatra. We find senol in benzoin and champur, and I saw a surprise if senol can be used to apply to the post slimming. And now we try to develop the cosmetic product from the champur and benzoin, but we maybe not so much information about how the security concern about application of essential oil if we apply to cosmetic like the toothpaste, or if we apply essential oil to inhalation. Maybe Professor Wijaya can advise us how to make the good formulation and how to test the efficacy of the essential oil. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aswandi. Please, Prof. Hadi, answer the question from the three participants shortly and briefly.
Okay, thank you. I will try my best. So the first from Ibu Nidya, as I mentioned before, actually I didn't do the research on Kajuput candy on COVID-19, but it's come from the request come from the grassroots, and I just try to find out with my chemistry background to see what kind of compounds, and with the molecular docking we can see a lot of compounds in Melaleuca kajuputi oil or kajuput oil. Essential oil have a lot of compound more powerful and than senol, and also very synergics. So that is the one that I have. But now we maybe after a while, after the results come out, I can answer your question, because now I'm working with the medical faculties of Lampung University with the medical doctors. So hopefully it will inform the result. How can it conquer, or maybe it's not conquer the COVID-19 at all, because just suggest the suggestion or something like that. So do apologize, I cannot answer the detail in this case because it's not yet finished. And then the second one, start making something. That is a very interesting question. But at least if we want to start, especially product with functional food or nutraceutical, please try to check first whether it's potential for that kind of what we call is physiological activities. Because not just food is functional food or is nutraceutical, you have to find the efficacy first. If you have ingredient with that kind of efficacy, maybe you can start to select it, the product, the ingredient, I mean the one that you want to study. And the next you have to think about, because especially for functional food, we cannot make people so stressed if they eat something not nice, isn't it? Yeah, sometimes I'm very sorry for having a kind of functional food who has antioxidant capacity, but the sensory is so horrible. So I'm afraid that the capacity of antioxidant will not concur with the stress antioxidant, the stress oxidative that it makes by the flavor. So please try also to know about the sensory. That is the end. But for nutraceutical, it's okay because you can make it pills, or maybe you can make a kind of saluted capsule or something like that. So how to make our product and enter the market? That is also very challenging because I'm not the one who studied
Recording
about this
in
one.
progress.
But the things that I know, I have to cooperate with many other party, and no, we are lucky because our government, especially in this case for us in Dikti, have a lot of new programs which help us to bring the product enter to the market. When I was started that one, they don't have it. So we have struggling by ourselves to contact anybody. We try our whatever we can. Yeah, and maybe I can say semangat mak-mak lah. Whatever we can do, we do. And to check the water, whether our product can be accepted or not. That is the, I can talk in 2-3 hours, but my beautiful moderators will be angry, so I have to stop. And the last answer should be for Pak Aswandi. That is very nice. But I'm not so sure about the cosmetic one. But the things that I can give you a very good sources for this one is Professor Irmanida, Pak Aswandi. Please contact her in Biopharmaca. She is the one who worked a lot with essential oils and the cosmetic purpose. And there are a lot of way to know about the safety, because the safety for cosmetic very different for the one with the food. In food we have what we call it clinical safety. We have also the acute and chronic safetyness and so on. And usually before we use that one to the human being, we have to go with the ethical clearance first. That is the way we go. So to make sure that the product is not harmful. I think, yes, Pak Aswandi, I do apologize, cannot answer in how to conduct the one. But please try first to what you call it, to search the literature, because about I think camphor benzoin has a lot of studied, the result of the study, the report. Try to check it first. Then try to find whether some compounds is in the list of dangerous compounds or not. That is also can help you to go. But to have the better advice, please contact Prof. Irmanida Batubara. She is the expert. I think that's one.
Thank you, Professor.
Good luck. Do your best, yeah?
Thank you.
I don't know whether the kachuput oil with camphor is nice. I don't know. Okay, maybe. Yes.
We can try next. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Hani, Prof. Jarwanto, for your wonderful presentation, and for all the participants who delivered the question. Unfortunately, we have a limited time, and then we have to close the Q&A session now. And before closing the Q&A session with our invited speakers, I would like to deliver the, how can I say, maybe it is our expressed sincere gratitude for all the invited speakers. So we would like to deliver the certificate to the Prof. Hani Wijaya and also Prof. Jarwanto. Please receive this certificate as our sincere thank you for you all for taking the time to prepare the presentation and attend this parallel session. Please give applause to all the invited speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Hani. Thank you, Prof. Jarwanto.
Thank you so much. Thank you for our chair lady. Thank you so much also. So
nice to meet you, Prof. Jarwanto and Prof. Hani.
Yeah. Bye. Have a nice day. So
thank you.
Can I leave now?
Okay. Yeah, you can leave the parallel session.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bu Ina. Thank you so much for all the dedicated committee. Yeah. Actually, I have been not invited, push up for my second booster. I just run. I will. So bye everybody. Have a nice day. Yeah, good.
Thank you, bro.
Terima kasih. Thank you.
Okay. Now we are going to the presenter sessions to deliver their presentation. I do apologize for maybe we have about 30 minutes in being led because the very interactive question from all participants. Before starting the session, I would like to show the short bio for all the presenters in the first session. We have 5 presenters here, and then I would like to ask the technical committee to show their short bio. The first presenter is Ms. Yunida Shafriani Lubis. I'm sorry. Okay. Ibu Yunida is an assistant researcher at Research Center for Biomass and Bioproducts. She graduated from Forestry Faculty, Gajah Mada University, and currently her research are mainly on the forest product fields. And the second presenter is next. Dr. Aswandi is a senior researcher at Research Center for Biomass and Bioproducts BRIN, graduated from Gajah Mada University, and his current research are on bioproduct of essential oils. And the third presenter is Ibu Cut Ruslani Khalibrina, is a senior researcher at Research Center for Biomass and Bioproduct BRIN. She graduated from IPB University, and her current research are mainly on bioproducts of essential oils. And the fourth presenter, Ibu Nisa Nurfajlin Solihat, born and raised in Karawang, pursue her bachelor degree from Diponegoro University, master degree from Kyongpok National University, South Korea, and she started working as a researcher in Research Center for Biomass and Bioproducts BRIN, a mother of a beautiful son. Wow, wonderful! And I was trying to invest in her work-life balance. Good. She believes that we cannot bring back the time, and hence work-life balance is important for mental health. Yes, we have to be happy in doing our work. Okay, and the fifth presenter, next, Ibu Dr. Ina Winarni is a researcher of biomass at Biomass and Bioproduct Research Center. She graduated from Hokkaido University, same with the Prof. Hani in 2013, and Ibu Ina Winarni is currently focused on bioproducts, nutraceuticals. And the sixth presenter, Ibu Nurul Wahyuni, is researcher at Research Center for Biomass and Bioproducts BRIN. She graduated from School of Pharmacy, ITB, and her research is on non-timber forest product. I think the first session it will be end to the Ibu Nurul or Bu Ina. I think the first session will be end in Bu Ina. Right?
Yeah.
Bu Ina, yeah. Okay. We are going to show the first video from the first presenter. So please, the technical committee, help me to show the video. Ibu Nidia or Pak Denny, please play the video recording of the presenter.
Okay, wait a minute, Miss.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Chairwoman. This time for Ms. Yunida.
Yeah. Will be delivered by Dr. Aswandi now?
Yes, because Ms. Yunida informed me if he cannot join with us in this room because there's something
but
trouble.
We have the video recording from her. Is it okay to play the video?
Okay,
right?
I think we can play the video because I'm her colleague in this paper.
Okay.
The first video is from Dr. Aswandi or
Ibu Yunida first.
Maybe you can first
Bu Yunida first.
play with Yunida, and the second one you can play my video.
Okay. Please 1 minute.
First is Ibu Yunida, second one is Dr. Aswandi, third is Bu Cut Ruslani, and the fourth is Alifatur Rahman Hidayat will be delivered by Ibu Nisa Nurfajin Solihat, and the last fifth presenter is Ibu Dr. Ina Winarni. Mbak Rizka, have you found the video? Or Bu Nidia can back up to play the video first.
This time I'm going to share you about
Voice can be louder. Okay.
Characterization and segmentation of forest essential oil product in Indonesia. The introduction of this research is price awareness. The global pandemic of COVID-19 has increased public awareness of the importance of leading a healthy and balanced lifestyle. Lockdown have had a significant impact on people's mental health in the form of stress, anger, panic attacks, and anxiety, resulting in significant negative health consequences. Natural medicines. Herbal medicine or natural products have the potential to strengthen the immune system. The benefit of essential oils in healthcare and healing arts as a proven method for treating physical, spiritual, and mental health. The advantages of essential oils. First, increasing public awareness about the advantages of using natural ingredients in cosmetic applications. Second, rise of conventional chemical cosmetic product to organic and green beauty product. Third, the growing market for essential oils for lifestyle, beauty, and daily remedy. Fourth, the worldwide essential oil market is expanding rapidly and is estimated to reach $3,000 million by 2025. Fifth, the positive impact of aromatherapy treatment combined with the trend of Generation X and millennials for body health and awareness of the benefit of natural medicine has resulted in a high demand for product among therapists and spas, particularly essential oils, which have a 70% market share. Rise of demand. Unfortunately, the rise in demand for essential oils has not been met by a growth in domestic product development. The United States, China, and India are the world's top 3 producer, consumer, and exporters of essential oils. Less competitive of local products. Limited information in determining market segmentation is suspected as the cause of the less competitive local products. Strategic planning abilities are required to join the open market, enhance knowledge of essential oils and aromatherapy. The objective of this study is identifies market segmentation and characterization of essential oil product originating from Indonesian forest. The outcome from this study: first, this study is expected to support strategic decision in market development and business growth with domestic essential oil service innovation. Second, information is expected to promote the benefit of local product and business development. The method of this research is first, interview. A total of 500 consumers were interviewed from 2020 to 2021 regarding their consumption patterns and knowledge of essential oil products. Second, segmentation and clustering. A two-step cluster analysis was used to determine segmentation and characterization according to qualitative and quantitative parameters such as monthly sales demand, gender, age, marital status, education, access to information, awareness of a healthy and balanced lifestyle, and monthly family income. Third, two-step cluster analysis. Analysis was carried out using the SPSS statistical software. For determination of cluster number, SPSS has developed two-step procedure which is compatible with hierarchical cluster analysis, result, and discussions. This table is about the target customer analysis for essential oil and aromatherapy industry. From the table, we can see that the global essential oils market is fragmented into product types and applications. The product types such as Essential oils, blended oils, and carrier oils have become the first major market shareholders. The last segment is with application including medical, personal care, spa, and wellness products. Personal care products such as cosmetic and fragrance have the highest market share. Essential oils are claimed to have many health benefits, often used in aromatherapy as part of the healing arts of treating physical, spiritual, and mental health. The demand for essential oils for personal care is expected to increase the global market. Two-step cluster analysis with BIC identified 3 optimum clusters. First cluster is unaware customers. There are identified as many as about 31.4% consumers, the age 20 to 39 years old. The occupation is a student or college student with an income of less than 2.5 to 5 million per month. Buy essential oil product at least once a year or spend less than 1 million rupiah per year. Second cluster is aware, informed customers. Customers know details about brands and even seek additional information on EO products. Typically participate in forums, seminars, corporate events, and follow fanpage on social media. The population is about 36.8%, average income 5 million to 10 million per month. Third cluster is informed, loyal customer. The population is about 31.8% and buy essential oil product at least twice a year or spend 5 million a year on various essential oil products. Average family income is greater than 10 million a month. Therefore, the advantages of local product need to be disseminated, particularly those made from material derived from Indonesia's forest, illustrated the dynamic perspective of the customer mentality and how consumer develop in the market through awareness stage. The aromatherapy market is more competitive due to the growing market-wide application segment. Previous study proposed the importance of open innovation, such as technological innovation, business innovation, and market development. There are several key business goals for process and reliable innovation. 2 of them, which are continuous innovation to meet the needs of today's customer and product adaptability to meet future customer needs. From the innovation, there are several ways for customer development. First cluster is unaware customers. The step is building awareness from unaware to aware. Provide several demo videos, campaign through social media networks, and send some email. Second cluster is aware, informed customers. The step is winning customer interest from aware to informed. To increase brand value, introduce product features. Second step, customers buy the brand from informed to disloyal. Sponsor public event, get opinion recommendation from specialists or discount coupon. Third cluster is informed, loyal customer. The step is customers only buy certain brands from disloyal to loyal. Interacting with customer via Facebook fanpage, provide VIP clubs and membership cards. The behavior and habits of new generation of consumer with higher health awareness and problems associated with negative effect of some chemical medicine and treatments, leading to an increasing demand for relaxation treatments with natural products. The conclusion of this research is first, the largest segment of consumer market is distinguished by higher levels of income and education, access to information, and awareness of healthy and balanced lifestyle. Second, the demand for essential oil product will increase along with rising socioeconomic status and access to e-commerce. Third, consumer in the largest someone obtain product from online marketplace. Therefore, the advantages of local product need to be disseminated. Fourth, there are limitations such as limited access and testing of market response in the early business stage, data collection, and changing consumer preference. Future study are encouraged. That is my presentation.
Okay, the next video for the second presentation, Mbak Rizka, please.
Gentlemen, my name is Aswandi. I would like to present my study about essential oil and hydrosol production from leaf and resin of Sumatran champer, Droblanovs aromatica. Introduction. Champer is ancient fragrance. For a long time, thousands before centuries, the aromatic resin from Sumatra champer applied for various purposes, including medicine, preservative, fragrance, and cosmetic. Essential oil and resin from champer contain phytopharmacy as antiviral, antiseptic with a calming aroma. Champer potential to improve the nervous system, restore the body balance, and improve the blood circulation. Champer is aromatic as antidepressant with relaxing effect of the mind. Champer is rising demand, especially for healthy goods. The high demand from champer come from the pharmaceutical and perfume industry. In 2019, the global champer market about 177,000 metric tons. However, the high demand is not matched by domestic supply. China meets the majority of the world champer demand, where Indonesia, as the owner of indigenous champer trees, lack of information about production of this non-timber forest product. The objective of study was to calculate essential oil and hydrosol production from distillation of leaf and liquid champer resin. This information is expected to estimate the productivity of essential oil and hydrosol from leaf biomass, promising to optimize the productivity of non-timber forest product. Methods. We collect young leaf from ICONLIG garden in North Sumatra. Crystal resin we obtain from natural stand in Subu Salam Aceh in 2021. We apply a steam distillation method for essential oil production. 3 lubricate of each the resin qualities and 3 level of leaf we applied. Result in discussion. Traditionally, champer crystal harvest by felling and splitting the trunk. We can obtain 1.5 until 3.5 kilograms of champer crystal with various qualities. Twigs and leaf also identify as containing essential oil. At the end of steam distillation, the resin produces about 2.68 until 12.1% of essential oil. Leaf biomass contain 0.24 until 0.76% of essential oil. Besides essential oil, steam distillation also produces distilled water or hydrosol. The production of hydrosol from the best quality resin is higher than the lower resin. The first grade resin yield about 2.4 liters of hydrosol, while the second grade yield about 1 liters. The biomass of fresh young shoot of the leaf produce about 80% of hydrosol. This number is higher if we compare about the other biomass. While the number of hydrosol produced from the dry young leaf is about 500 milliliters. There are many potential applications of camphor oil and hydrosol from camphor. Camphor oil have antiviral and antiseptic properties, and it can inhibit free radicals. Recently, camphor also applied to advanced industry, manufacture of fragrance, antiseptic, and others. The natural camphor potential to treat blockage of blood vessels in human heart and brain. Conclusion: resin and leaf from camphor can be extracted to production of essential oil and hydrosol. Leaf biomass, especially from fresh young leaf, contain high essential oil. The volatile compound, aromatic compound, open the opportunity for the provision of burnol by distillation process. Distillation biomass for hydrosol production can be an alternative scheme for optimizing the utilization of forest resource. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, the third video.
My name is Joyce Filibrina. I will present my research about forest essential oils formulation for acne treatments. Introduction. One of most prevalent skin issues among teens and during puberty is acne. Acne affects about 8 out of 10 teenagers. This inflamed skin condition appears as a distinct pimples, comedones, blackhead, or bumps. This skin disorders is also experienced by adults, especially women. Severe acne, however, frequently has substantial physiological, emotional, and social effects on adult women. The resistance of some acne-producing bacteria has been identified. This increases the severity of acne. Several studies have revealed that the volatile ingredients of some essential oils have antibacterial activity against acne-causing bacteria that are resistant to medication. Since it can work as an antibiotic and regulate hormones and mood, the application of essential oil is advantageous. Essential oil and aromatherapy can both benefit in stress and anxiety reduction. The objective of study is to design an essential oil formulation for acne therapy and evaluate the effectiveness of the formulation product on acne patients. Some of the endemic essential oil applied in this study are expected to reveal the utilization of natural ingredients for skincare cosmetics. Method. Some of the endemic essential oils used are benzoin, sandalwood, patchouli, lemon, jojoba, tamanu oil, and carrot oils. This simple experimental study tested 3 formulations on 15 volunteers into 3 groups of acne patients. Respondents affected by acne were classified as mild, medium, and acute. The respondents were comprised of 2 groups, juvenile acne and post-adolescent acne. Acne severity was identified using the Global Acne Grading System. This system is utilized to determine the severity of acne. The acne severity was observed in 6 different areas, namely the forehead, nose, chin, left cheek, right cheek, chest, and back. Results and discussion. Overall, 53% of the 15 acne respondents were teenagers, while 47% were adults. Among adults, the female gender was more common, with 71% of female patients compared to 28% of male patients. In adolescents, female patients account for 63% compared to 37% of male patients. Mild acne and moderate acne were the most prevalent kind across all subgroups of respondents, although both groups of women showed a slightly higher prevalence than men. The least form is acute acne, the highest severity of acne condition. Acne manifests as persistent skin inflammation on face, chest, and back. Acne affects almost 95% of adolescents. The prevalence of acne is male teenagers is 81 until 95%, while is it 79 until 81% in female. In the post-adolescent population, the prevalence is also relatively high, especially in females. On the lower face, jaw, and neck, post-adolescent acne commonly manifests as hyperseborrhea and non-inflammatory lesions with numerous comedones. At the higher severity levels, acne consists of predominant and long-lasting inflammatory lesion. Contrary to juvenile form, acne typically develops over time and is of a mild to moderate severity. Application and evaluation. The results show that all groups reported improvement in acne condition, which range between 52% and 81% clearance of lesion compared to the previous condition. All formulations are stable during therapeutic application. Burning sensation and skin redness are minor side effects that disappear shortly after application is complete. According to the findings, essential oil's volatile component has antibacterial action that fights acne-causing bacteria and reduces acne-related inflammatory. The volatile constituents of essential oil have antimicrobial activity that causes acne and treats the inflammation. Benzoin oil, tea tree, and lemon volatiles were found to be the best broad-spectrum antibacterial agents. Terpenes are the main chemical constituents that give essential oils their pleasant aroma, therapeutic activity, and antimicrobial activity against microbes. There are 6 essential oils used in this study which have excellent benefit for skin health. They are benzoin oil, patchouli oil, tea tree oil, sandalwood oil, lemon oil, and tamanu oil. Conclusion: significant effect to treat acne. Application of essential oil formulation in all groups was reported to have a significant effect. Improvement acne condition with 52% and 81% clearance of the lesion compared to the previous condition. Stable and low side effects. All formulations are stable during application. Any adverse effects such as skin redness and burning sensation are minor and vanish after a few minutes application. New opportunities. This condition opens up opportunities for development of essential oil-based products for facial skin care. This study has several limitations, including the small number of respondents, being retrospective, and being monocentric. The clinical evaluation is only based on GIGS and has not considered other advanced methods in identifying the post-acne skin repair effects. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, to make optimum time, I would like to ask the participant from the 3 video that already presented, is there any question to the presenter? Please raise your hand or deliver the question directly. And I hope all the presenter is already in this parallel session. Participant, is there any question for the 3 presenter that already presented previously? No? There is no question from the participants? To Bu Yunida, Pak Aswandi, and Bu Chut, is there any question? If no, we can continue the next video. Oh, Pak Gunawan, okay, please deliver shortly and briefly.
Short question for Pak Aswandi. Pak Aswandi, do you compare the revenue from eknologi and Subul Salam? How the difference about the oil or hydrosol? Thank you, Pak Aswandi.
Okay, Pak Aswandi, please answer the question shortly and briefly, so we can go to the next presenter. Pak Aswandi.
Thank you, Bu Novi.
For the team. Okay.
I'm sorry, my voice is clear?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gunawan is my colleague. Before he going to the Bogor, he my best friend in Lektoba to conduct some research about the nutrient products. He is so, I think it's so amazing in some product from the like or startup, and also is about example. And if we extract camphor oil from the leaf or the liquid resin that extruded from the trees, maybe we find some different characteristic. We conduct the distillation process like another essential oil. We conduct to the leaf, but for the liquid camphor we make some modification, because liquid resin is sticky and can make the distilling process is so hard. Then it's but we until now we still going to research about different profile from phytopharmacy or physical or chemical properties of this essential oil from the different source. I think it's maybe I suggest it's so different, but we don't have enough data to make the differentiation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Aswandi. Okay, so we can, if there is no question to the 3 video that already presented, we can going to the next video, please, Mbak Rizka.
Effect on revealing antibacterial potency of lignin and tannin. The antibacterial agent can be distinguished into 2 categories, natural and synthetic. To date, synthetic antibacterial agents are more commonly used in industry due to the complex structure of natural bacterial agent. However, increasing the concern about environmental damage caused by synthetic chemicals is intriguing researchers to study more about antibacterial agents derived from nature, such as lignin and tannin. Lignin and tannin consist of aromatic alcohol and polyphenic structure. These structures are known to be effective in inhibiting the growth of bacteria. However, the antibacterial properties depend on tannin and lignin structure, the source of the plant, solvent extraction, and type of bacteria. Lignin and tannin are completely soluble in base or some organic solvent, while lignin has poor solubility in water, and tannin are water soluble. Therefore, choosing the best solvent to increase the microbial activity of lignin and tannin is important. Recently, many reports have shown the potency of lignin and tannin as antibacterial agent for many applications, but no one reported the influence of the solvent on antibacterial activity of lignin and tannin. Therefore, this report aims to evaluate the effect of lignin and tannin source and solvent antibacterial properties. Besides, its solubility and chemical properties are also evaluated. In this study, lignin was derived from lignin and tannin are isolated from Acacia magnium and Acacia crassicarpa, and the powder have been diluted in 4 different solvents such as water, DMSO or dimethyl sulfoxide, ammonia, and also sodium hydroxide. Subsequently, the solution was tested for the functional group by FTIR, and also the antibacterial activities were tested against for 4 bacteria such as P. acnes, S. aureus, S. epidermis, and also B. subtilis. This slide shows the use of the material and method of this research. Lignin and tannin were isolated from the Acacia magnium and also Acacia crassicarpa. Lignin was isolated from the black liquor by acid precipitation by using this method, while lignin was extracted from acetone by using acetone through this method. Furthermore, the samples were each diluted in ammonia, sodium hydroxide, ethanol, and also DMSO. The antibacterial properties of each solution were investigated by agar diffusion method, the solubility by gravimetric method, and the functional group by FTIR. Figure 1 shows the solubility of lignin and tannin in 4 different solvents. In general, both lignin and tannin from different sources exhibited similar results, where it was completely soluble in ammonia, sodium hydroxide, and also the MSO. Meanwhile, all the samples are partially soluble in ethanol in the range of 80 until 90%. Lignin has poor solubility in water, about 38%, while tannin has good solubility in water for more than 80% due to the abundance of the phenolic structure. FTIR employed the observation of lignin and tannin structure in different solvents, and Figure 2 shows the FTIR spectra from lignin from Acacia magnium and also Acacia crassicarpa, while the peak interpretation are summarized in Table 2. Dissolving lignin in different solvents exhibit different functional group peaks. The peak clearly show unique peak corresponding to the lignin, such as the aromatic structure only appear in ethanol and also the MSO solution, while in other solvents were absent. Figure 3 show that similar to lignin, no unique peaks in tannin. Process for the tannins were dissolved in sodium hydroxide and also ammonia. We can see here in tannin peaks, such as in aromatic functional group, were detected in water, ammonium, DMSO, and also ethanol. Figure 4 show the antibacterial testing of solvent against as the 4 tested bacteria. There is no antibacterial content or clear zone in the solvent that show it will not affect the antibacterial analysis of lignin and tannin. Figure 5 show the clear zone diameter in the left hand and also antibacterial activity in the petri dish of the lignin from Acacia magnium and also Acacia crassicarpa in 4 different solvents. Again, the 4 different bacteria, a different source of lignin, different solvent, and different bacterial types resulted in different clear zone. In this study, lignin from Acacia magnium has higher antibacterial activities than Acacia crassicarpa. Again, the S. epidermis, when it was diluted in ethanol. The clear zone show were not observed in lignin was diluted in water, ammonia, and also sodium hydroxide. This result was not in agreement with the solubility. where it was completely soluble in the base solvent. However, this can be explained by the functional group, the FTIR result, where the unique peak of the lignin were not observed in the base solution, such as sodium hydroxide and also ammonia. As well as the lignin result, the MSO obtained the highest clear zone for tannin than ethanol, while sodium hydroxide and ammonia did not show antibacterial activities against all bacteria. However, it had clear zone in water solution. The average diameter of the clear zone of dissolved tannin in the MSO is between 0.8 until 1.1 centimeter. Ethanol is between 0.9 until 1 centimeter, and solvent in between 0.8 until 0.5 until 0.8 centimeter. For the conclusion, lignin and tannin of different species of acacia show slightly distinct antibacterial activity, but in general, both species had the potency to obstruct bacterial growth of the Peacne, S. aureus, B. subtilis, and S. epidermis. Solvent significantly influenced the inhibition growth of bacteria, yet it was not always correlated with the solubility. Lignin and tannin were entirely soluble in the MSO, sodium hydroxide, and ammonia, and they are partially soluble in water and ethanol. The MSO is the best solvent for both of them because they obtain the highest clear zone, while lignin and tannin solution in sodium hydroxide and ammonia did not exhibit the clear zone. Lignin solution in water had no activity as opposed to lignin in water, resulting a clear zone. B. subtilis was the less susceptible bacteria to lignin, but tannin had similar activity against of the 4 tested bacteria. The trend can be explained by the elucidation structure of lignin and tannin by FTIR, where no peak related to lignin and tannin was observed in sodium hydroxide and ammonia solution. Here, I end my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, the last video from this session.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now I will present the paper entitled "The Potential of Brown Seaweed or Sargassum species as the Source of Antioxidant Activity," and the co-author are Kustiaria Tharman and Professor Joko Santoso from the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, IPB University, and I am Ina Winarni from the Biomass and Bioproduct Research Center BRIN. My presentation content of the fourth chapter. The first chapter is about introduction. Second chapter is materials and method. Third chapter about result and discussion. And the last chapter is about conclusion. Now we start with the first chapter is introduction. Recently, patients with the degenerative disease have increased due to the presence of the free radical. What is degenerative disease? Disease in which the function or structure of the affected tissues or organs will increasingly deteriorate over time. There are several kinds of degenerative disease, such as diabetes, cancer, arthritis, neurodegenerative disease, sexual dysfunction, and also cardiovascular disease. While the number of people with diabetes in the world reached about 371 million people in 2012. Food with the medicinal component required for human health promotion and disease prevention. In this figure, in addition to their nutritional significance, can be regarded as functional food. This food might have health promoting and disease preventing effect against several chronic disease and disorder. The like such as antioxidant, anti-cancer, antimicrobial, anti-diabetic, anti-arthritic, and also as immunomodulatory. And my research focused on the antioxidant activity. What are antioxidants? Antioxidants are substance or chemical compounds that work in a number of different ways to protect our cells from free radical damage. How the mechanism of the antioxidant? If there is a free radical in a body, in our body, the body defense mechanism can produce antioxidant to stop free radical harm to the body, which are the chemically reactive unpaired electron or free radical, and the antioxidant will donate the electron and will become stable electron pair is formed and free radical is neutralized. There are several kinds of the source of the antioxidant, and one of the antioxidant source is from the brown seaweed. The brown seaweed is the largest and most complex of algae. About 1,500 species are found in marine habitat, and the characteristically due to the carotenoid pigment called picoxanthin. A part of its usage as a food source, seaweed are also an excellent source of structurally diverse bioactive compound with considerable pharmaceutical and biomedical potential for developing functional materials such as nutraceutical and cosmeticals. There are several uses of the sargassum for health benefit using various biological assays to assess their potential as anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, antiviral, antioxidant, anti-hypertensive, antibacterial, and anti-diabetic agent, and also available to protect from UV radiation damage. This paper describes about the antioxidant activity of sargassum extract from Thousand Island using DPPH method and measuration for the extraction. Now we move to the chapter 2, material and method. The sargassum species extract was collected from Thousand Island, Jakarta. This experiment using the extraction using maceration is the 96% ethanol as the solvent, and for the 24 hours, and then filtered using filter paper, and then we do the 3 times for the ethanol maceration, and then the filter was evaporated using rotary evaporator. In this research, we test the chemical analysis about the moisture content, S content, volatile content, silica, lignin, and also cellulose content. And also we do the phytochemical analysis for the alkaloid test, tannin, saponin test, flavonoid test, and also anthraquinone test. And the last one is we also test the evaluation total antioxidant activity using the DPPH assay. Now we move to the third chapter, result and discussion. In the table 1, we saw the result of the chemical characteristic of brown seaweed extract. We can see that the yield of the extract can reach about 0.45%, and then the water content about 19%, S content about 77%, the volatile content about 25%, the silica content about 3%, the lignin content about 27%, and the cellulose content about 14.20%. The test of the ethanolic extract of brown seaweed in table 2 revealed in the sample only contain flavonoid compound. This can be caused by the level of other bioactive that are too small, so that are not detected in the time of the testing. In addition, the salt content in the sample can also affect the test result. In the flavonoid test, a yellow color was produced on the amyl alcohol layer, which showed the reaction of the reduction of benzoyron on the flavonoid compound with concentrated magnesium and also chloride acid. Based on the test result in table 3, the inhibition concentration 50 value of the sargassum species is equal to the 7.9 gram per milliliter, and this means that the concentration the sample was able to inhibit 50% of DPPH, a free radical. The smaller of the IC50 value, the stronger the antioxidant activity. Based on this theory, the ethanol extract of sargassum species has very strong antioxidant activity. And bioactive components that have the potential as antioxidant are flavonoid, where this compound unable to donate the hydrogen atoms to the free radical compound, so that a neutralization reaction was occurred. Now we move to the last chapter, conclusion. We can conclude based on the research that the first one is the yield of the ethanol sargassum species extract is about 0.45%. Based on the maturation process, flavonoid compounds are thought to have a function as antioxidant, and the inhibition concentration 50 value is about 0.9%, and the IC50 value of ascorbic acid as a positive control is about 9.0176 exponential minus 31 gram per milli. Based on this result, the sample of ethanol extract and ascorbic acid were showed very strong antioxidant activity. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, I would like to open the Q&A session, but only in a limited time. Maybe any question for the two video that already presented by our presenter? Is there any question? No? Maybe I would like, okay, Bu Nidia, please deliver your question shortly and briefly in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Novi. I would like to ask to R204, why do you choose black liquor for the lignin isolation? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think it will be answered by Pak Alif maybe? Pak Alif Fatur Rahman Hidayat, are you here? R204, Alif Fatur Rahman Hidayat. I think.
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, Bu Nidia, please repeat.
Why do you choose the black liquor for the lignin isolation?
Alif, can you get the question? Why did you use the black liquor as the source of lignin extraction, right, Bu Nidia?
Yes, right.
Okay, Alif, please answer the question from Bu Nidia in 1 minute, maybe. Alif?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Okay, please deliver your answer.
Because many other products at PT Pub Indonesia.
That's all? Okay, Bu Nidia, could you get the meaning of the answer from the Alif?
Only because of the available of the material in Indonesia. No other reason.
Pak Alif, could you maybe give the more briefly answer to the Bu Nidia? Is only the reason because there are many pub industry in Indonesia, only that, or maybe you have any other idea? Alif, are you still with us?
Yes.
Alif? Yeah. Okay, maybe yes, Pak Alif?
Yes. Yes, that's all.
Oh, that's all. Okay, Bu Nidia, the reason is because the exit or the byproduct that produced from the pulp industry from Indonesia. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Indication maybe would be delivered to the last presenter, Bu Inna. Any question?
Maybe I want to ask to Bu Inna.
Okay.
What is different between the ethanol extract and ascorbic acid in the antioxidant activity? Because the IC15 of the ethanol is higher and the ascorbic acid is, I think it's lower, right? 9.18 in order of minus the 31.
31.
What is different between these two? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I could directly. Thank you, Ms. Nidia. the ascorbic acid is become the control. Why the ascorbic acid is very low antioxidant activity? Because ini have two hydroxyl what call it gugus, too easy to hydrogen donate for the inhibit the free radical. So the what call it, the ascorbic acid is the lower the value of antioxidant IC50 is become the good one for the antioxidant activity. So the ascorbic acid is the control. So the must be the lower than the ethanol extract from the sargassum. But the sargassum is have the strong antioxidant activity because the value is more the lowest from the 50 lowest from the 50 milligram per milli is the highest strong have antioxidant activity.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ina.
Okay, if there is no question delivered to the presenter, I would like to close this session. Thank you for all presenters and technical support from the committee. And please come back to this parallel session in 1:30 p.m. after lunch break, and also the free day praying for whom to take the praying time in the Friday today. Okay, thank you for your very wonderful presentation from all the presenters. And the next session will be chaired by my colleagues, Ibu Nidia, and I would like to deliver my sincere gratitude to all the presenters. Thank you and bye-bye.
Recording stopped.
we start afternoon session? Okay. Can hear me? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to afternoon session of second day of the second ECONLIG. Today, we are going to have 9 presentations in this afternoon session. Will be divided into 2-part session. Each session will be spirited by Q&A for 15 minutes. And I would like to remind all of presenters to stay tuned in conference Zoom until the closing, because we will have the announcement of best presenter and best paper of the second ECONLIG. And I am Nidia Citraningrum from the Center for Biomass and Bioproduct BRIN. Will be taking my place as the moderator in this session. Before we start the presentation session, I would like to introduce our presenters in this first session. To Ms. Rizka, please help me to show the presenter short view. Thank you, Ms. Rizka. Our first presenter is Mrs. Nurul Wahyuni. She is a researcher at Research Center for Biomass and Bioproduct BRIN. She was graduated from School of Pharmacy, ITB, and her current research are mainly on non-timber forest product and in bee product, especially honey and propolis. Next, and our second presenter is Mrs. Yulia. She is a research staff at Research Center for Applied Microbiology BRIN. She was graduated from Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology, Japan. And her current research are mainly on the application of bacterial biocontrol agent and the metabolite compound against plant pathogen. And next, our third presenter is Mr. Gunawan Pasiribu. He is a researcher at Research Center for Biomass and Bioproduct BRIN, and he graduated from IPB University, and his current research are mainly on natural product chemical compound isolation and its bioactivity for nutraceutical. And next, our fourth presenter is Mrs. Kanti Dewi Rizkiani. She is an assistant researcher at National Research and Innovation Agency. She graduated from Bogor Agricultural University, majoring in Forest Product Technology, Faculty of Forestry, and now she is continuing her study in Master of Forestry Science at Gajah Mada University. And her current research are mainly on timber and non-timber forest product technology. And our last presenter is Mr. Ihsan Guswen Rivo. He is a senior researcher at Research Center for Applied Zoology, BRIN. He graduated from Kyoto University and holding Doctor of Agricultural Sciences. He is working on development of biological control agents from natural resources such as plant and fungi against insect pests at agricultural field, as well as at urban and industrial area. Okay. Before we proceed to the first presentation, I would like to check, are all the presenters already here?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then we start the presentation. To Ms. Siska, please help me to play all of video presentation in this session. Thank you. Ms. Rizka, could you help me?
Okay, wait a minute, please.
Okay,
Wait a
thank
minute.
you. Ms. Rizka, any problem? Oh, okay, thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today, I would like to present our research entitled Antioxidant Activity and Chemical Compound Analysis of Inoculated Agar Wood Extract. We dedicated this paper to our sister Amalia, who has preceded us. I am Nurul from Research Center of Biomass and Bioproduct, and Mr. Agus from Research Center of Applied Microbiology, BRIN. As an introduction, Gyrinopsis perstegii is the potential species of gaharu-producing plant in West Pacific. Information related to its benefit as a source of natural medicinal ingredients such as antioxidant, anti-diabetic, antibacterial, and so on. The result of review study showed that inoculated agarwood extract had the highest antioxidant activity compared with the other part of its plant. Therefore, it is necessary to fill the research gap related to the use of G. perstegii as a source of medicine and to support effort to increase the benefits of gaharu-producing plant Gyrinopsis perstegii to conduct research on the isolation or separation of pure active compound from gaharu plant as antioxidant. The purpose of this study was to obtain solvent fraction with high activity antioxidant and antioxidant active compound from inoculated agarwood. Methodology. A sampling of inoculated agarwood was conducted in Genggelang Village, Gangga District, North Lombok Regency. The isolation of bioactive compound of gaharu-producing plant was carried out at the BPPT-HHBK laboratory. Antioxidant testing was measured at the Laboratory of Analytical Chemistry, FMIPA, Mataram University, and GCMS analysis was conducted at the Faculty of Pharmacy, Airlangga University. Methodology. The inoculated gaharu-producing plant were cut using the chainsaw, dried and powdered using a hammer mill, and the resulting powder is then stored in the container. Gaharu wood powder was extracted using acetone at room temperature for 24 hours and repeated until the color of the resulting extract solution faded. The extraction solution was then filtered and concentrated with a rotary vacuum evaporator at around 40 degrees Celsius. The concentrated extract was then dried and weighed, then called crude extract. The crude extract was then separated sequentially using an hexane, ethyl acetate, and methanol as solvents to obtain the fraction of an hexane, ethyl acetate, and methanol. Its fraction was dried, weighed, and tested for its antioxidant activity by scavenging the PPH free radical. The results of fractionation are presented in Table 1. The N-hexane fraction and ethyl acetate fraction have more dry weight extract or rendement than methanol fraction. In the N-hexane fraction, the texture of resulting extract is oily, which indicates the amount of oil extracted. Antioxidant activity can also be expressed in IC50, which is the concentration of extract required to inhibit free radicals for 50%. Prihantini and Tachibana, 2017. Therefore, a low IC50 values indicate a high antioxidant potential and vice versa. The results showed that the extract from the methanol fraction had the lowest IC50, which is 90.27 ppm compared to other fraction. But crude extract still has IC50 lower than the methanol fraction. Based on figure 3, we can see that in ethyl acetate and methanol fraction, several compounds have potential to be active antioxidant. Meanwhile, in the N-hexane fraction, no compound with antioxidant potential were seen. The ppH assay was carried out at several concentrations. At a concentration of 100 ppm, a highest antioxidant activity has found in crude extract, which is 89.79%, followed by methanol fraction, which is 53.87%, ethyl acetate fraction, 45.7799%, and N-hexane fraction, 8.23%. The exciting thing from the resulting data is the crude extract antioxidant activity is higher than the activity of its fraction. The lower antioxidant activity of the fraction of the crude extract can be considered because of the synergistic nature of the compound contained in the crude extract, where there are more diverse compounds than the methanol fraction. The composition and interaction of the compound in crude extract can increase its antioxidant activity. The high activity of the crude extract of agarwood can also support the potential for the development of agarwood into herbal product. Based on the GCMS analysis, compounds that may play a role in antioxidant activity are flavonoids. Following the result of antioxidant testing, the active fraction were methanol and ethyl acetate fraction. In the methanol and ethyl acetate fraction, flavonoid compounds were detected, namely 5-hydroxy-4,7-dimethoxyflavone, which is synonymous with apigenin 7,4-dimethyl ether. Flavonoid compounds are known to have antioxidant effect as free radical scavenger due to the phenolic hydroxyl group attached to their structure. The conclusion are: the methanol fraction was the fraction with the highest antioxidant activity compared to the N-hexane and ethyl acetate fraction. Second one, 5-hydroxy-4,7-dimethoxyflavone or apigenin 7,4-dimethyl ether is one of methanol and ethyl acetate fraction compound that have potential antioxidant activity. Thank you for your attention.
Today, I would like to talk about biocontractivity of Barabbacillus species B1 isolated from fixed stem against post-harvest chili fungal disease. Introduction. Production and marketing of red chili in Indonesia have the opportunity to be exported. However, red chili is a commodity that is easily damaged. One of the causes of post-harvest damage to red chili is a disease that causes fruit rot, anthracnose by Coledotrichum species. The cold storage technique for chili fruit to extend shelf life and maintain freshness is a common practice. However, chili is susceptible to chili injury. Effort to use a synthetic chemical to control phytopathogenic microorganisms have also been carried out, but still cause problems, such as the development of pathogen resistant to the chemical product used and have a negative impact on our environment. The use of biocontrol has several advantages, such as being harmless to humans or animals, and does not cause a pollution or residue to the environment, so it can replace the use of pesticides. So far, there is still no research report on endophytic bacteria of Ficus carica as a biocontrol agent for anthracnose disease and post-harvest red chili pepper caused by Coleotrichum species. Therefore, it is necessary to conduct a research on the endophytic bacteria of fig plant as biocontrol agent for pathogenic fungi in post-harvest of chili. The objective of this research was first to obtain bacteria isolate from the stem tissue of the fig plant as biocontrol agent for post-harvest anthracnose disease in red chili caused by Coleotrichum species, and the second is to determine the ability of this bacteria isolate inhibiting the growth of this pathogenic fungi, and methods. Isolation of endophytic bacteria from fig stems. The healthy stems were washed with running tap water, then cut into 2 to 3 centimeters. The sample was washed in hypochlorite and ethanol, rinsed with sterilized distilled water, and dried with sterilized tissue. Then the sample were ground using a mortar and pestle, placed on the surface of nutrient agar media. Bacteria growing on the edge of the sample with different colonies were purified. Pure bacteria isolate were inoculated on slanted nutrient agar media as stock culture to be used for further research. Biocontrol morphology characterization. The poor bacteria isolates were characterized by macroscopically and microscopically. In vitro tests of antifungal activity of endophytic bacteria from fig stems. In vitro screening of the antifungal activity of endophytic bacteria from fig stem against Coleotrichum species was done with a dual culture method. The percentage of inhibition of antagonistic bacteria against pathogenic fungi is calculated using this formula. Antagonistic bacteria interaction against Coleotrichum species. There are 5 forms of interaction between antagonistic bacteria and Coleotrichum species. The first is antagonists are completely overgrown by pathogenic fungi. The second is antagonists grow on the pathogenic fungi. The third is intermingle with each other. Pathogenic fungi thrive. The fourth is intermingle and their growth stop. The fifth is the formation of an inhibition zone. Sample preparation of chili foods. The selected chili were first sterilized, then rinsed using sterilized distilled water and dried with sterilized tissue. Preparation of the suspension of isolate B1 and pathogenic fungi. Isolate B1, which had been incubated for 48 hours on nutrient agar plant media, was added with 15 milliliters of sterilized distilled water. Bacteria were harvested by rubbing using a glass rug, transferred to a conning tube and centrifuged. The supernatant form was discarded and added with 3 milliliters of sterilized distilled water and protected. Preparation for pathogenic fungi. Pathogenic fungi that had been incubated for 7 days on PDA plate media were added with 15 milliliter of sterilized distilled water. Media of collected tissue were affected by rubbing using the glass rod transferred to a corning tube and centrifuge. The supernatant form was discarded, then 3 milliliter of sterilized distilled water was added and vortex. The antagonistic test of isolate B1 against Colotetrium species on red chili fruit was performed by using this method. Result and discussion. The result of macroscopic and microscopic observation of sick bacteria isolate can be seen in Table 1, including the shape, the elevation, the age, the color of the colony. Table 2 shows the morphological characterization and gram staining endophytic bacteria cell form fig stem. All bacteria isolate were rod-shaped cell. Isolate B1, B2, and B3 were gram-positive bacteria, and the other are gram-negative. The result of screening the antifungal activity of sick bacteria isolate against Colotetrium species show different response. Interaction is shown in Table 3. The antagonistic response that resulted in the formation of clear zone was only found in isolate B1. This slide informs that isolate B1 has high antagonistic activity, so it able to produce the highest high inhibitory potency in reducing the growth of pathogenic fungi, which is about 30.73% compared to the other. Figure 2 indicates that the highest infection diameter of red chili fruit was obtained when it was injected with the pathogen only, while the pathogen inoculation treatment with B1 isolate inoculation can reduce the diameter of pathogenic infection in chili fruit significantly from around 17.55 millimeter to about 5.44 millimeter, with the inhibitory activity of infection of chili fruit lesion around 69.02%. The highest ability of isolate B1 inhibiting the growth of Colotetrium species in vitro assay and in reducing infection lesion on post-harvest chili pepper might be due to their ability to produce the antifungal compounds. As the result of studies reported by other researchers, where Brevibacillus laterosporus also show strong antifungal activity against a number of pathogenic fungi, including Botryopsera, Fusarium, and Rhizoctonia. Furthermore, Brevibacillin produced by Brevibacillus laterosporus and the antimicrobial peptide known as EDINs, produced by Bacillus fortis and Bacillus brevis, have broad biological effects such as the antimicrobial, anti-cancer, and immunosuppression. Antibiotic peptides, including those with antibacterial, antifungal, and anti-invertebrata properties, are abundant in Brevibacillus. The result of the molecular identification of isolate B1 shows that the analysis of 16 srRNA gene sequence has the highest homolog of 100% with Brevibacillus species. Data was not shown. Conclusion. Sick bacteria isolate were isolated from fixed stem on PDA plates, so the antagonistic activity with different interaction against Colotetrium species. The interaction of isolate B1 formed a clear zone, while isolate B2 and B3 show the intermingled interaction, and then the growth stops. isolate B4, B5, and B6 grow on the pathogenic fungi, and the fungi were destroyed. The highest inhibitory ability in the in vitro test was shown by isolate B1 at 0.73% and the lowest by the isolate B3 at 6.27%. Furthermore, isolate B1 was able to significantly reduce the infection diameter of Phytotrichum species lesion on post-harvest chilies by 69.02%. Isolate B1 was not pathogenic in chili fruits. The result of the identification of isolate B1 show 100% similarity with Brevibacillus species. That's also my talk. Thank you very much for your attention. Any suggestion and question are very welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I am Gunawan Pasaribu from Research Center from Biomass and Bioproduct. Today I am going to talk about anti-cancer activity of Sharia volcanic extract in various solvent on HeLa and MTF7 cell line. I am with my colleague, Mr. Toto Aktono Waluyo. The object of my research is Sharia volcanic plant. Traditionally is called as pirdot or sayogi. In northern Sumatra, this plant have been used as medicinal plant as traditional wisdom. This plant is generally used to treat various diseases related to digestive system. The pictures show that the Sharia volcanic plant, the first one show the area that cultivated Sharia volcanic and rehabilitation program by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and the second one show the leaf, and the third show the tree of the plant. This is the taxonomy of Sharia volcanic, that the species of Sharia volcanic classified as family in 1898. This is the chemical compound that have been isolated from the Sharia volcanic. The first one is 3-hydroxyolenic acid, hydroxyolenic acid, and hydroxyuric acid. In practical, Sharia plant usually use wild plant as research object and initialization. Different with this research material plant use is result of cultivation of the age of 4 years. This research aims to determine the anti-cancer bioactivity of Sharia volcanic extract on HeLa and MTF7 cell line in various solvent, methanol, ethyl acetate, and hexane. So we hope this research will investigate how the differences in secondary metabolite produced from wild plant and cultivated plant. This is the reference or literature of the bioactivity of Sharia SP. The first one is as antioxidant activity, anti-cholesterol, anti-diabetic, anti-hyperlipidemic, analgesic, antimicrobial, unhealing, and immunostimulant. Describe so the prevalence of kind of cancer in male and female group. The first one, in male group, the prevalence of cancer is lung cancer, prostate cancer, and colorectal cancer. In female group, the first and the second prevalence of cancer is the breast and cervix cancer. So in the research, focus on testing MTT in breast and cervix cancer. This is the type of cancer treatment. The first one is surgery, radiation therapy, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, hormone therapy, target therapy, stem cell therapy. Natural product can help in treatment of cancer. For chemotherapy, for natural product. This is
recording
the
in progress.
Material and methods. The step in the research is extraction, fractionation, and testing reactivity. The dried leaf is powdered using hammer mill. We extract using maceration technique with multi-level extraction method with solvent, hexane, ethyl acetate, and methanol. The anti-cancer or anti-proliferative using HeLa cell line and MGF7 cell line. HeLa cell line for cervix cancer and MGF7 cell line for breast cancer. This slide shows the plant material collected. We collect the material from Piso-Piso, Tanaka Regency at forest area for specific purpose in northern Sumatra. This specimen identified at Herbarium bulgariensis for authentication species. This is the result in this question. The figure 1 shows the cytotoxic activity of sorry volcanic extract against HeLa cancer cell. This figure shows the hexane extract, so the IC50 2000, ethyl acetate around 400 ppm, and methanol 300 ppm. This result indicate that the methanol and ethyl acetate leaf extract reveal moderate cytotoxic bioactivity against cancer cell, but the hexane classified no cytotoxic activity. And the second figures show the cytotoxic activity of Sauria volcanic leaf extract against MGF7, so that the hexane extract, so the IC50 4000 ppm, ethyl acetate about 300 ppm, and methanol IC50 about 300 ppm. These figures show that the methanol and ethyl acetate classified as moderate cytotoxic, but the hexane classified no cytotoxic bioactivity. This figure shows the microscopic feature of HeLa cancer cell after the treatment. We use the concentration 25 ppm, 50 ppm, 100 ppm, 200 ppm, 400 ppm, and 800 ppm in hexane, ethyl acetate, and methanol solvent. The second one, the visual microscopic feature of MGF7 cancer cell after the treatment. We use the same concentration 25, 50, 100, 200, 400, and 800 ppm. The last conclusion, the testing with HeLa cancer cell presented that methanol and ethyl acetate Leaf extract reveal moderate cytotoxic activity against cancer cell, but enhanced extract recorded no cytotoxic activity. The cytotoxic activity with MGF7 cell presented that methanol and ethyl acetate exhibit moderate cytotoxic activity against cancer cell, but enhanced leaf extract use no cytotoxic activity. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. On behalf of our team, let me present our research entitled The Utilization of Agarwood from Gyronops verstegi Leaves for Herbal Tea, composed by myself, Kanti Dewi Rizkiani, and Mr. Agus Sukito. Today's presentation consists of introduction, material and methods, results of the research, and conclusion. Nowadays, tea has become one of the most popular beverages around the world. Traditionally, tea made from Camellia sinensis, which claim it's impressive beneficial for health. Another kind of tea not made from this species in Indonesia is known as herbal tea. Gyronops verstegi is a species of agarwood producing plant endemic to the island of Lombok, which is evenly distributed throughout the Lombok Island region. At the same time, it makes Gyronops verstegi one of the potential non-timber forest product commodities from Lombok Island. Several studies show that agarwood leaves extract from Gyronops verstegi had high antioxidant levels and anti-diabetic activity. In the tea-making process, leaf selection is an important thing to be done as carefully as possible. Therefore, the purpose of this study was to investigate the bioactivity of agarwood leaf extracts as well as herbal tea safety from both young and mature leaves of Gyronops verstegi. Agarwood from Gyronops verstegi leaves were taken from the Arboretum in the application of Environmental and Forestry Instrument Institute, which was located in Lingsar District, West Lombok. The leaves were taken from the twigs of the agarwood tree and then separated between the young leaves and mature leaves. On the twigs of Gyronops verstegi, there is a color difference which is also used as a differentiator between young leaves and mature leaves. Young leaves are the first 5 leaves from the top of the twig, which have a light green color, and the mature leaves are located on the dark green twigs. The agarwood tea is made based on the method used by Suryanti 2017 with slight modification, and the research methods consist of sample preparation, total phenolic content using Folin Shokal 2 method by Pharmacop 2017, antioxidant analysis using the PPH free radical scavenging activity by Salazar et al. 2011, toxicity analysis using branch shrimp lethality test method by Lestari et al. 2015, and raw materials and product safety testing by Pharmacop 2017 and Drug and Food Control Agency 2006 and 2019 respectively. The results of the bioactivity screening show that mature leaves have a better IC50 value than young leaves, but are still much lower than the standard vitamin C. It is also can be seen with the total phenolic content value of the mature leaves was higher by 7.47% compared to the young leaves. The ethanol extract of young leaves and mature leaf can be toxic at concentration of 315.7 ppm and 183.42 ppm respectively because they have an LC50 value less than 1000 ppm. The high level of toxicity can be occurred due to high concentration of lights, one of which is the presence of high antioxidant activity. High toxicity doesn't exclude the possibility that it also contains active ingredients for anti-diabetic, anti-cancer, and other activities. Safety test results of raw leaf
include ash content, acid-insoluble ash content, water-soluble extraction, and ethanol-soluble extract content. The determination of total ash content aims to determine whether or not a processing process is good and is useful as a parameter of the nutritional value of food. Mineral elements are present in small amounts in food but have an important role in the human system of life. Ash content is influenced by the presence of certain types of minerals in various forms of chemical compounds dissolved in water. From the table, it can be seen that mature leaves have a higher percentage of ash content and acid-insoluble ash content. The water-soluble extract test indicated that the efficacious substances in the leaves were easily soluble in water solvents, while the ethanol-soluble extract was tested to determine the number of compounds that could be extracted with ethanol. The use of ethanol in this solubility is due to the nature of ethanol, which easily absorbs organic matter. Besides that, the content of ethanol is very small, so it can be tolerated in the use of extraction as raw materials for herbal medicine, food, beverage, and cosmetics. From the test result, the mature leaves have a higher value in water-soluble extraction, but a lower value in ethanol-soluble extract content. Here are the safety test results of agarwood leaf tea. From the tables, we can see that only mature leaves meet the regulation of the Drug and Food Control Agency number 32 year 2019 requirements, which do not exceed that 10%. Moisture content is closely related to the tea quality and should be measured. These measurements are also useful for estimating the shelf life of tea during storage. The safety testing of agarwood tea products obtains the same organoleptic test result for both young and mature leaf, which have powdery form, distinctive odor, green color with acidity value of 5.46 and 5.34 respectively. Microbial examination in young leaves has negative result for all tests. However, contamination was found in mature leaves of total plate number and mold or khmer examination, yet it still meets the regulation of the Drug and Food Control Agency number 32 year 2019 requirements. This study also analyzed the content of metal contamination in tea products. The metal contaminations tested were lead and cadmium. Based on the result of the analysis, no heavy metal contamination, either lead or cadmium, was found. To conclude, agarwood young and mature leaves showed antioxidant and total phenol values of 55.42 ppm, 12.26%, 51.34 ppm, and 19.73% respectively, while toxicity values were under 1000 ppm for both leaves. The safety test results on raw materials have higher value of mature leaves in the ash content, acid-insoluble ash content, and water-soluble extract content compared to the young leaves. Organoleptic test showed a characteristic aroma and green color with no heavy metal content of lead and cadmium detected, while in young agarwood leaf tea, total plate number and mold or khmer were detected, yet it still meets the requirement of regulation of the Drug and Food Control Agency number 32 year 2019, but unfortunately, the water content of young leaves exceed this requirement. Here are some references we use in this research. Last but not least, we would like to say thank you to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry for funding this research, and also Mrs. Malia Indah Prihantini and Mrs. Dewi Anggun Sukriyati for kindly support in the completion of this research. And that brings us to the end. I'd like to say thank you for your time and attention today.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Today I will present our research with the title Neem cake fractions and its bioactivity against Podoptera litera. I am Iksan Guswanlevo from Research Center for Applied Zoology, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN. Neem oil is obtained from the extraction of neem seed Azadirachta indica, which is a plant from the Meliaceae family. Neem oil has potential as an insect pest control agent because it contains many active ingredients such as azadirachtin, nimbin, saranin, meliantriol, and nimbidin. The active compound in neem oil shows antividency, officidal mortality activity, and interface with insect metamorphosis. Neem cake is a byproduct of neem oil production, which still contains the main active compound of neem oil, namely azadirachtin. This metabolite belongs to the triterpenoid group, which has long been used as an active ingredient of bioinsecticides that has been proven to control more than 200 species of insect pests. The use of neem cake will add a value to the neem oil production process. The content of active compound in neem cake is expected to function as a biopesticide. Methanol fraction of neem cake was very effective against the malaria vector. Identification of phytochemical compounds and azadirachtin content in neem cake are the parameters to be analyzed in this study. Thus, this study aims to determine the type of solvent that is effective in extracting azadirachtin in neem cakes and analyze of its concentration. The material and method for this research, we used a total of 1,000 grams of neem seed pulp was macerated with methanol for 24 hours, and it will repeat it for 4 times. And then the filtrate was, and then the macerate was filtrated and filtrate was taken. And then it will continue by a total of 90 milliliter of methanol extract was mixed with enhexan in ratio of 1/1, shaken in a separating funnel, allowed to stand until 2 phases were formed. Then enhexan fraction was separated. This was done 7 times until the clear extract was obtained. The extraction results were filtered with filter paper and concentrated with the vacuum rotary evaporator at the temperature of 69 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, as much as 55 milliliter of remaining methanol extract from the fraction of enhexan was fractionated with ethyl acetate with the same procedure. All fractions were carried out by phytochemical analysis using alkaloid, flavonoid, saponins, steroids, triterpenoids, and tannin. The area of azadirachtin standard curve used in the quantitative calculation is the azadirachtin standard at the concentration of 500 grams per milliliter. The HPLC-PD analysis method was carried out referring to the modified azadirachtin measure method by Prianto et al. In 2019. Here are the results. Neem cake extraction was carried out by maceration method using methanol as a solvent. Methanol is a universal solvent, so that in this study is expected to dissolve non-polar to polar analyte in neem cake. The high yield of methanol solvent shows that the solvent is able to extract more the bioactive component which have higher polarity properties. The result of maceration of 1,000 grams of neem cake with methanol obtained a concentrate extract in the form of past weight around 138.95 grams, a yield of 15.30%. The fraction that had the highest yield was ethyl acetate with a weight of 44.44 gram. Ethyl acetate is an aromatic compound that is semipolar so that it can attract polar and nonpolar analytes. This shows that the dominant components in neem cakes are nonpolar and semipolar. The N-hexane fractions obtained was in the form of yellow-brown past with the yield of 4.47%. This shows that the nonpolar component contained in neem's cake are quite large. The N-hexane solvents can extract chemical compounds such as waxes, lipid, and volatile oil. Based on the analysis of phytochemical content of neem leaf vegetable pesticide, there are compounds that have insecticidal abilities, namely alkaloid, flavonoid, tannin, and quinones. Phytochemical tests were carried out on alkaloid, flavonoids, saponins, tannins, phenols because these compounds were thought to function as insecticides. So to prove the presence of this compound in the extract obtained, it is necessary to test the color to identify the compound. Based on the result of the analysis, it can be seen that the components contained in neem oil are also present in the neem cake. Determination of azadirachtin level was carried out by HPLC test by looking at the similarity of retention time of each fractions with the standard of azadirachtin. Azadirachtin level were obtained by comparing the sample area with the standard area. In quantitative analysis of HPLC, the azadirachtin content in the hexane fraction was 20.298 ppm and the ethyl acetate fraction was 132.684 ppm. In the residual fractions, no azadirachtin compound was detected because it was completely extracted from the N-hexane and ethyl acetate fractions. Based on the result obtained, semipolar solvents are better at attracting azadirachtin compound than the nonpolar solvent. And then to see the antivident activities of nano emulsion formulations. The highest effectiveness was obtained by residue fractions at all concentrations. Then the N-hexane and ethyl acetate fraction had the higher antivident activity, which was close to 100%, but ethyl acetate seems to be higher than N-hexane. In the N-hexane fractions, the antivident activity was influenced by the presence of azadirachtin, while in the residue fraction, it was influenced by the component incorporated in. So as the conclusions, the neem seed cake still contain a variety of phytochemicals with biological significance. Ethyl acetate extract the most azadirachtin from neem seed cake, and neem seed cake has a high antivident activity, so it has a potential as insect pest control. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to our presenter for the paper presentation. Now we will have Q&A session for 15 minutes. And anyone want to ask question, please raise your hand, or you can write your question in the chat room, and I will read it for you. Any question for the presenter? Or maybe I want to start the question first is to Mr. Gunawan Pasaribu. I want to know what kind of cancer type you use HeLa and MCF cancer cell, and is it the same as the human cancer? Okay, you can.
Okay, yes, it's the cell of human cancer.
Oh, it's kind of human cancer.
Okay, yeah, cervix and breast cancer.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Any question to others? Maybe I want to ask to Miss Nurul. Miss Nurul, you in your slide you mentioned that methanol fraction has the highest antioxidant activity. But in your slide with the figure 3, you show the crude extract is the highest. Why is it different?
Hello.
Yes, Miss
Okay,
Nurul.
we for the fraction we have methanol, ethyl acetate, and hexane fraction. And for the fraction, methanol fraction is the highest antioxidant activity. And for the methanol, the crude extract is come from acetone, extract acetone. So it's a different thing.
Okay, thank you. Any question for the other? Or maybe I want to ask again to Miss Yulia. In your slide, you have 6 material isolate, but there is only one graph show the ability of isolate B1 in inhibiting colitridium SP infection in red chili. And how about the ability of B2, B3, B4, B5, and B6?
They have a little, but did not show the clear zone area.
Oh, so the area
The
is not
highest,
clear.
Not clear. The highest one is the isolate B1, Brevibacillus species B1.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Yuli. Any question? Any question for others to presenter in for session? No? Let ask anything. You can ask anything. Okay, Mr. Ricky.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I have a question for this country. In your slide, you mentioned that agar-agar plant is endemic from Bangkok. Are there any requirements to keep the agar-agar plant in?
Sorry, Mr. Ricky, your voice is not clear. Can you?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
My voice is clear.
Problem. Yeah.
Yeah. I repeat my question. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
I repeat my question.
Yes.
I want to ask to this country. There are any requirements cultivate for the agar-agar plant? This is my question. Thank you.
Do you get the question, Miss Kanti?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. It's not clear enough the voice of Mr. Ricky.
Okay, requirements for cultivate of agar-wood plants.
Or you can type it on the chat room, I think, because I don't hear you clearly.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Ricky, can you write and we will, I will read it. Maybe I want to ask to Miss Kanti, have you ever tried this leaf for tea?
The tea.
Yeah.
My product myself. Yeah, I already tasted, and yeah, it's a bit. The taste is a bit bitter compared to the tea that we used to have, the Camellia sinensis one. It tastes bitter, and actually I don't like it if it's not have a sweetener inside of it.
Maybe you must put many sugar inside.
Not many, but I think a little bit is enough. But yeah, if it's not add the sweetener, I don't think I will like it because it has a bitter taste. Yeah.
Okay, this is the question from Mr. Ricky. There are any requirement cultivate for agar-wood plant?
For the tea, Mr. Ricky?
Especially for the plant of agar-wood.
No. I mean the cultivate for the agar-wood one, or the tea, the product of mine.
For agar-wood.
No, I mean cultivate for the making of tea, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right. As I mentioned it in my video presentation, I still search it whether it's use the young leaf or the mature leaf, but there is a what is it? We call it the differences between the young leaf and the mature leaf. There is a twig, different color in the twig between it. So the young leaf has a green color on the twig, but the mature leaf has a brown color on the twig. So the requirement, if we want to use the young leaf, or rather the mature leaf, is that a different. It can be differentiated by the color of the twig. It has a different color on it.
Okay, it's clear. Thank you, Ms. Kanti.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kanti. Maybe we can start to second session. I would like to thank again for all presenters for the paper presentation in the first session. And please stay tuned in this conference Zoom room until the end of the session. And now we will move to the second session for the paper presentation. And in the session, we will have 4 presenters. And before we start presentation, I would like to introduce our presenter in the session. And for the first presenter is Mr. Ricky Ruhimat. He is a researcher at Research Center for Applied Microbiology, BRIN, and he graduated from IPB University with major of soil biotechnology and environmental. And his current research are mainly on soil microbiology, bioactivator, biofertilizer, soil conditioner, enzymatic producing microbe and organic matter, degrading microbe as biostimulant. And he has the patent related to organic fertilizer and bioactivator. And our second presenter is Miss Rati Pangestuti. She is a researcher in Research Center for Food Processing and Technology in BRIN, and she graduated from Department of Chemistry, Pukyong National University, South Korea, and her current research are mainly on development of marine food and functional materials for human health. And as the information, Ms. Rati was awarded as top 2% world-ranking scientist from Stanford University. And in this year, she also became one of the best researchers in the world as the last year. It is an honor for us to have Bu Rati as one of our presenters in this session. And our third presenter is next, Mr. Sigit Bhaktia Prabawa. He is a researcher at Research Center for Biomass and Bioproduct, BRIN, and he graduated from Bogor Agriculture University, Indonesia in 1987 and from University of Wisconsin-Madison, USA in 1996. And his current research are mainly on wood science and forest product technology, timber and non-timber forest product processing, and
Recording in progress.
composite. And next presenter is the last presenter is Raden Esa Pangersa Gusti. He is researcher at Biomass and Bioproduct Research Center, BRIN, and his nickname is Esa. And he graduated master degree at University of Seoul, Korea in 2020. And his current research are mainly on non-timber forest product. Okay, that's all. So we can start our second session of this paper presentation. To Ms. Rizka, could you help me to start the video? Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Riko Ruhimat. I would like to present about our research. The title is Fungal Producing Lignolytic and Cellulolytic Enzyme from the Various Habitat of Natural Forest in East Kalimantan. The first introduction. Sungai Wain and Gunung Lumut Protection Forests are tropical forest areas that are still natural, pristine, and untouched by excessive human activities. Habitats in the Sungai Wain and Gunung Lumut Protection Forest areas are ideal as habitats for various types of microbes. Fungi are one of the important organisms on the tropical forest floor that have the potential to decompose organic matter with a rich lignocellulosic content. The study aims to determine the population of cellulolytic, lignolytic, and fungi with locus activity into habitats of Sungai Wain and Gunung Lumut Protection Forest. For the method, the research conducted in two locations. The first location in Sungai Wain Protection Forest in North Balikpapan is Kalimantan Province. And the second location in Gunung Lumut Protection Forest in Muara Komam District and East Kalimantan Province. The research started from May until October 2022. For the sampling, the number of samples we divide into three types is soil, litter, and sediment. Number of samples per location, soil 50 samples, litter 50 sample, and sediment 4 sample. At each point sampling, soil and leaf litter were taken as much as 200 until 300 grams, then as many as 5 sub-samples were composite in sterile plastic bags. Sediment sample were taken from the watershed, namely Wain and Bugis watersheds in the Sungai Wain Protection Forest habitat. For the Gunung Lumut Protection Forest habitat, sediment samples were taken in the Muli River and Seradu River. For media preparation, we use three media, CMC 1% for cellulolytic fungi, foliar for lignolytic fungi, and PDA with 0.1% guaiacol substance for lacase producing fungi. Indicator visualization of the enzyme in CMC and foliar appear clear zone in surface of medium around the isolate. And for CDA, appear reddish brown color in medium, in surface medium around the isolate. Calculation of cellulolytic, lignolytic, and lacase producing fungi population, isolation process, and calculation of total fungi using the total plate count method. Soil, leaf litter, and sediment sample were collected from the field, weighed 10 grams of each sample, and second in distilled water 90 milliliter. A series of decimal dilution were made into a separate test tube. The last dilution were taken with a micropipette and spread on different specific medium, and then incubate at room temperature to determine the total population of fungi. Results and discussion. Total population of cellulolytic enzyme producing fungi in Sungai Wen and Gunung Lumut protection forest habitat. The highest total population of cellulolytic enzyme producing fungi was found in little leaf sample from Sungai Wen and Gunung Lumut protection forest habitats. Fungi population from sediment in Sungai Wen and Gunung Lumut habitats were relatively lower than those from soil and litter. Lignolytic fungi population. The total population of lignolytic fungi from the Sungai Wen habitat ranked between 10.5 thousand CFU per milliliter from soil sample and 8,000 CFU per milliliter from litter sample, while in Sungai Wen protection forest habitat and sediment, no lignin degrading fungi population was found. Similar to all Gunung Lumut habitat sample, litter, soil, and sediment, no fungi with lignolytic activity were found. Total population of lacase enzyme producing fungi in Sungai Wen and Gunung Lumut habitats. The total population of the highest lacase enzyme producing fungi was from leaf litter with a value of 3.7 thousand CFU per milliliter. Leaf litter on the soil surface at the sampling location in the Sungai Wen habitat was denser than the sampling location in Gunung Lumut protection forest habitat. This is fungi population from Sungai Wen protection forest. And the last conclusion, population of cellulolytic, lignolytic, and lacase enzyme producing fungi into different habitats, Sungai Wen and Gunung Lumut was strongly influenced by the condition of organic matter present in the topsoil surface layer. The population level of cellulolytic fungi and lacase had the highest abundance at the Sungai Wen location, with values of 10.5 thousand CFU per milliliter and 3.7 thousand CFU per milliliter. The highest population of lignolytic fungi was in the Sungai Wen protection forest location with a value of 8,000 CFU per milliliter. Acknowledgement, we are very grateful to PADI Foundation and Pro Natura Foundation of their valuable assist in the field. This work was supported by DIPA and Expedition and Exploration Funding Research Program, BRIN 2022. Thank you very much for your great attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. And thank you very much for the organizing committee. I founded 2022, giving me the opportunity to talk about our results. And today I'm going to talk about the nutritional value of the red and brown seaweed from Indonesia. And this is a collaborative work between the Research Center for Food Processing and Technology, Research Center for Biomass and Bioproduct BRIN, and also Research Center for Oceanography BRIN. And this is the background of our study. As we know that Indonesia is the largest archipelagic country in the world, and the ocean covers more than 70% of the Indonesia area. The ocean also has connected many islands in Indonesia, and therefore we have a very long coastal line, around 108,000 kilometers of coastal line. Not only due to the size, but actually we also have a very strategic location at the heart of the coral triangle, and therefore we are in the global center of the marine biodiversity, or also well known as the marine mega biodiverse nation. For example, more than 700 seaweed species have been recorded in Indonesia. However, even though we have a large number of seaweed biodiversity, only few species has been commercialized, and many seaweed species are still categorized as an underexplored resource. And the nutritional value as well as their potency are still remain a mystery. And therefore, under identification of the nutritional value as well as the potency of the underexplored seaweed species is very important, and is also expected to increase the value, price, as well as open up the potency of the underexplored seaweed species for many sectors, for example, food, pharmacy, and also cosmetics. And therefore, the study was carried out to determine the nutritional value of the red and brown seaweed from Indonesia, including one commercial seaweed species, that is Gracilaria, and 3 underexplored seaweed species, including Pycnea musiformis, Padina australis, and Sargassum polysystem. And this is the material and method used in our study. We have collected 4 different seaweed species from different locations in Indonesia. First, they were washed with the tap water and then oven dried at 45 to 50 degrees Celsius for 5 days, freeze dried and then ground into a very fine powder and heat at the -22 degrees Celsius. And then we analyze the proximate composition according to the IOAC technique, and also we analyze the fatty acid using the GC. And then we hydrolyze the seaweed powder using the hot water extraction at the 100 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. And then further, we analyze the hydrolyzed for their total protein, total sugar content, total flavonoid, phenolic, and saponin content. And this is the result of our study. This is the approximate composition of the red and brown seaweed. As we can see in the table, the moisture level found in the red and brown seaweed were varied and were ranged from 3.71 to 5.26%. And carbohydrate is the main component material in brown and red seaweed failure, accounting for more than 50% of the proximate composition. And compared to the other, Sargassum polysystem record the highest carbohydrate content, more than 60% of the dry weight, while the other brown seaweeds, such as Padina australis, had the lowest carbohydrate value, around 48.98% of the dry weight. While environmental factors, where the seaweed grow, harvest season, and also the seaweed size, also affect the proximate composition of the seaweed. And this is the fatty acid profile of the red and brown seaweed. Compared to the red seaweed, Padina australis and Sargassum polysystem, which belong to the brown seaweed, contain higher polyunsaturated fatty acids, around 10.56% and 22.95% respectively. But interestingly, only red seaweed Gracilaria sp contain DHA around 6.16%, while the other seaweed tested in this study does not contain DHA. Well, this experiment or this result is in agreement with the result found by Rosemary et al. In 2019, who report that Gracilaria edulis and Gracilaria corticate contain DHA with a value of 0.48 and 0.12% respectively. And this is the extraction yield based on our study. We found that the yield of the seaweed hydrolysis obtained by the hot water extraction will range from 8.92 to 34.03%. The lowest extraction yield was obtained from the Padina australis, while the highest extraction yield was obtained from Gracilaria. The higher extraction yield obtained from the red seaweed compared to the brown seaweed observed in this study may be related to their polysaccharide profile. Red seaweed such as Gracilaria contain agar, which is easily obtained by the hot water extraction. And then this is the result based on the total protein and the total sugar content. The total protein content of the Gracilaria, Hypnea musiformis, Padina australis, and Sargassum system will range from 51.83 to 227.43 milligram per gram respectively. Meanwhile, the total sugar content of the red and brown seaweed was ranged from 67.10 up to 262.90 milligram per gram. During the hot water extraction process, different seaweed species and class showed a different protein and sugar level. Hypnea musiformis, which belong to the red seaweed, showed the highest sugar level, while Padina australis showed the highest protein level. The sugar and protein level could be related to the increased solubility of this compound at higher temperature. The protein and sugar solubility can be affected by intrinsic and extrinsic factors. For example, pH and ionic strength, solvent type, and hydrolysis temperature are extrinsic factors that affect protein solubility. This is the result for the total phenol, saponin, and also flavonoid content. The characterization analysis was further carried out to determine the total phenolic content or TPC, total flavonoid content or TFC, and total saponin content or TFC in the seaweed hydrolysis. Brown seaweed hydrolysis, Padina australis, and Sargassum system had a higher TPC of the total phenolic content of 15.80 and 17.23 milligram per gram gallic acid equivalent. The TPC and TFC level of Padina australis found in this study was slightly lower as compared to the previous study carried out by Tiagara Sayar in 2021. This may be related to the environmental factor because maybe they took different seaweed species or different seaweed sample from different locations. And finally, this is the conclusion of our study. Taken together, the present study revealed that red and brown seaweed from Indonesia showed a potential to be developed in food products. But at the same time, hot water extraction can be obtained by active material from red and brown seaweed, for example, protein, sugar, phenol, flavonoid, saponin, and many more basic compounds. And further study are required to identify seaweed-derived basic compound toxicity, safety, and also basic mechanism. And finally, the research is funded by the research program or IPA program at the Research Organization for Life Science and Environment, the National Research and Innovation Agency BRIN. And that's all from me. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to present my research result about the influence of sodium chloride concentration in kewang petioles against subterranean termite attack. Kewang, with the botanical name of Corypha lutein, is a palm-like forest plant from the Ericaceae family with a leaf stalk reaching about 7 meters. Its distribution covers from Assam, India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh through Southeast Asia to the tropical region of Australia. Kewang is widely used differently by local people. For example, people in the Philippines use the kewang petiole to be extracted to get the fiber as a material for making hat, while the people from East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia, especially in the Timor Island, combine some individual kewang petioles into a single unit coal as a bedrock or piku, as a material for wall and ceiling. However, Gewang petiole contains lignocellulose material which is susceptible to attack by subterranean termites, resulting in not optimal surface life and poor physical appearance. To overcome this, actually, preservation action is needed. But so far, for the part of the world that was attacked by termites, usually the people in Timor Island have only cleaned and or smeared it with salt or painted it with ochre. Meanwhile, conventional preservatives generally contain materials that are less environmentally friendly, expensive, and not easily available or not easily obtained. Therefore, for the benefit of the people living in rural areas, it is necessary to find preservatives that are cheap and easy to obtain. On the other side, sodium chloride is a material that is very cheap and easy to obtain everywhere, every day around the world. Moreover, there is also the fact that sodium chloride is hygroscopic material, causing microorganism cell die due to dehydration. Therefore, the purpose of this study was to determine the effect of sodium chloride concentration in Gewang petiole against subterranean termites. Here in the picture, we can see the fact or Gewang petiole attacked by termites. Material and method. The material used include Gewang petioles, sodium chloride, distilled water, sand, subterranean termite, and so on. Research location Kupang East Nusa Tenggara and Bogor, West Java, Indonesia. Preservation was carried out by immersing the sample into sodium chloride water solution by placing the sample in a such a way that all parts of the sample are completely immersed in the preservative solution at room temperature as long as 24 hours. Testing for the effectiveness of the preservative was carried out using subterranean termite, Coptothermus corvignatus, home grain, based on the Indonesian national standard number SNI 0172072006. Here in the picture, we can see in the left side, Gewang petiole sample during drilling after 24 hours immersion in sodium chloride water solution. And on the right hand side, Gewang petiole during termite attack test. Result and discussion. Here in this table, we can see that there are sodium chloride concentration, weight loss, attack degree, and termite mortality. For the control, red color. Sodium chloride concentration is about 0. Weight loss 15%, attack degree is about 90%, and termite mortality is about 10%. But for the blue color, sodium concentration is about 4 grams per liter. Weight loss is about 5%. Attack degree is about 40%, and termite mortality about 100%. Based on the data analysis, there was a very significant difference in sample weight loss between control and sample treated with sodium chloride solution. But based on further statistical tests using LSD test, there was no significant difference among the sample containing sodium chloride. This means that the treatment with sodium chloride preservative in this study has increased the resistance of giwang petule against subterranean termite attack. However, to increase the resistance of giwang petule against subterranean termite attack, it is sufficient to preserve them with the sodium chloride solution at a concentration of about 4 grams per liter. Conclusion: preservation of giwang petule using sodium chloride solution with a concentration of at least 4 grams per liter can cause increasing their resistance against subterranean termite attack, reducing the attack rate by more than 50%, killing subterranean termite at a mortality rate of up to 100%. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello everyone. Today I would like to present our paper entitled Ragu Porang Sagu Biskuit as an Alternative Superfood by us, Raden Esa Pangersagusti, Ina Winarni, and Gunawan Pasaribu. We are from National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, Indonesia. So, our presentation today will be divided by to a 4-part. First, introductions. Second, methodology. Third, result and discussion. And the last one, conclusion. Okay, let's begin. We talk about food. Food is human basic needs. Along with the increasing rate of population growth, the need for food also increases both in quality and quantity. In Indonesia, rice is the most food consumed. The increasing dependence on rice encourages the research for other alternative food. And today, we will bring you sagu. Sagu is non-rice carbohydrate source that are widely available in Indonesia. Almost 98% content of sagu is carbohydrate. Unfortunately, the consumption level of sagu is still very low. On the other hand, Indonesia also faces micronutrient deficiencies problem. Lack of micronutrients can lead disturbances in health, growth, and other functions in the body. Therefore, if sagu is consumed as staple food, modifications need to be made to improve its nutritional value through the process called fortifications. However, not all material can be fortificants. For example, porang and palm sugar are non-timber forest products that have potential to be developed as natural fortificants due to its various advantages. Porang, widely consumed in Japan as a source of fiber called shirataki. It has rich micronutrients such as glucomannan, calcium, and Fa. In Indonesia, porang has abundant quantity. In addition, palm sugar, known for a long time as a natural sweetener, It contains very important nutrients such as protein, fat, calcium, iron, and so on. This study aims to provide alternative functional food with high nutritional value superfood from porang, sagu, and palm sugar. How we make it? First, we prepare the main ingredients as shown as the screen. Sagu, porang, palm, and tapioca was used as comparison ingredient in making biscuit control. And then we did processing of the material in our laboratory in Bogor. For the analysis test laboratory is carried out at the Center for Agro-Industry Bogor. The method, first, the initial step of the research is conducting analysis of each material, analysis proximate to main research ingredient before each material entered the fortification process. The purpose of this analysis is to determine the character or properties that exist in the material. The next step was combine them into a product. In this study, we choose biscuit as a research product. We create biscuit with 7 different formulations, as can be seen in the table on the screen. We use 7 formula. After we create the product, we did the analysis such as proximate analysis and organoleptic tests. All of the proximate analysis procedure are following the standards as shown on the screen. And for organoleptic tests, we did to 30 respondents, and we use 4 parameters in the test, such as color, aroma, taste, and texture. We also use a statistical analysis such as Kruskal-Wallis to figure out the relationship between formulation and the organoleptic parameter. The result is first about proximate analysis of main ingredients. So here are the characteristic of each main ingredients before we create the product. As we seen on the screen, there are various type of them, and then we combine them into become a product. And then we did proximate analysis on the biscuit after we create the product. So at the end of the product, we did as well the proximate analysis, and the results show that for the calories and total fat, only formula B of formula B4 that do not meet the Indonesian standard requirement, while the other parameters are meet the standard of Indonesian standard. And from this proximate analysis also, we found that there are significant increase in calcium content. We argue that it caused by addition of porang inside the product. And then we did organoleptic tests. The respondents were 30 people. The age range from 25 to 50 years old. The assessment uses scoring from 1 to 5, where the number 1 indicates the level of strongly dislike, and 5 for strongly like. The results show for the color parameter, the assessment result is a value of 3, which means normal. This indicates that respondents assess color does not affect the level of preference for biscuit. From the data, we found that formulation of B5 have the closest value to the control. B7 is the control. From statistical analysis show that formulation had a significant effect on the resulted color. For parameter of aroma, we found that scale is 2 to 3. It means that there are some respondents who doesn't like the smell of the biscuit we created. It can be challenge for us in the future how to make product with better smell. From the data, different with color in the aroma, formulation of B2 was the most closest value to the control. And statistical analysis show that formulation also had significant effect on the aroma, resulted aroma. For taste parameter, it's play key role to in product that can be eat because if the product have good taste, of course, people will more comfortable to eat it. In this study, we found that some respondent doesn't like the taste of biscuit that we created. It can be also a challenge for us how to fix it. And data show that formula of B2 was the most closest value to the control. And statistical analysis show that formulation had significant also to the test resulted. And for the texture, same as the taste of the biscuit, texture also play important things for the food that we can eat. Because if the structure is not good enough, we are difficult to eat it. And the results show that some respondents do not like the texture of biscuit we created. It's normal because based on literature, we got that porang have a rigid texture. So when we combine it into sagu that have a smooth texture, porang more dominant in the product. So the rigid texture here, we argue that caused by porang addition porang inside the product. However, the formula of B2 still have closest value to the control. It can be challenge for us in the future how to fix the texture of porang to be more smooth when it become a product. The statistical analysis also show that formulations had significant effect on the resulted texture. So we end up in the last part. Conclusion based on the study can be concluded that the fortification process of porang into sagu successfully conducted, and biscuit is the product of this study. The additional second is the addition of porang proved to improve the nutritional value in terms of calories, total fat, protein, calcium, and so on. In generally, product that we created is successful. However, we still need several improvements to fix the texture and the taste of the biscuit. And for the next research, we found that formula of B2 with composition of sagu flour 3 and porang 1 was the most preferred according to organoleptic test. That's all presentation from us today. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you to all presenters for the paper presentation. Now we will have an session, maybe a little bit longer. Anyone want to ask question? Please kindly raise your hand, or you can write in the chat room. Okay. There are question. This question. Mr. Denny. It's turn.
Hello. Oh, thank you very much, Chef. This is Nini. There is the question that I have to ask to Dr. Raitati and Mr. Esa. Okay, hello, Dr. Ratit. It's been for a long time not see. It's my pleasure we meet again in this ICONLIG seminar. So it is actually not my specification of my study, but it's very interesting your presentation. My question is the end of the seaweed with the high protein. I mean, can the protein lose or gone with the thermal or processing? Okay, and then for Mr. Esa, a lot of glucomannan are very good for the body, but there is some oxalic acid that is from flower porphyra. So how would you remove it? Because there is not good for the kidney. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Denny. Okay, Miss Burati.
Yes.
You can answer.
Thank you very much. And first of all, thank you, Pak Denny, Ombas, for the question. A long time no see. I hope you and your family are healthy. Yes, the functional material in seaweed, including protein and also carbohydrate, may be degraded due to the thermal extraction. And that's why in our research, we are using only like the normal hot water extraction up to 100 degrees Celsius, because maybe at higher temperature, the protein and other bioactive compound may be degraded. I hope it's answer your question. And for this, I want to answer the question in the chat room. Bu Nitya, is it allowed?
Okay, you're welcome. You can do it.
Okay, thank you. And this is the question for Miss Nurul. What is the difference of the end product with different characteristics? For example, the high protein and the high sugar content. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Nurul, for the question. Yes, when we obtain the hydrolysates, it shows different characteristics. For example, the hydrolysates with the higher sugar content, the hydrolysates are more viscous and thicker. In addition, it also took more time to be freeze-dried. From the color, there is no difference because we only use one single temperature at 100 degrees Celsius, and the color is more affected by the hydrolysis temperature. And finally, for the application, it also different. It depends on what purpose we are hydrolyzing the seaweed. For example, when we want to use the hydrolysates with high protein content for the food additive, meanwhile the higher sugar content hydrolysates may be used for the emulsifier or stabilizer in food additive and other product. I hope it's answered your question. Thank you, Bu Nidia, for the chance.
Thank you, Bu Rati, for the answer. Okay, Pak Denny dan Bu Nurul for the answer.
Okay. Thank you very much,
And
Dr. Rati.
maybe the second question to Mr. Esa, you can answer it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Denny, for the questions. To separate the oxalic acid from glucomannan been done.
I'm sorry,
Pure
Mr. Esa?
glucomannan without oxalic acid.
is not code clear, you can turn on the video or have your signals, and it's not very good.
Okay. It's now clear.
Okay, loud and clear.
Okay, so our team has been conducted how to separate oxalate acid by using with ethanol. So then it's safe for our for food grade. That's it, Mr. Denny. Thank you.
Is it enough, Mr. Denny, for the answer?
So you use the chemical process, right? Because it's you can use the thermal processes, or you can grinding until the flour micro. Yes, it can be lose the asam oxalate. I mean oxalic acid.
Okay, Mr. Denny, nowadays machine that it's like automatically separate asam oxalate from the porang floor. So actually we realize that we are still far enough from this part, but nowadays in industry they more high tech than us, I think. That's all. The thing. That's it.
Okay, Miss Nindya, Miss Mr. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Denny and Mr. Esa. Any question from others? Okay, Miss Listia.
Thank you, moderator. Just comments to Esa. So I just appreciate that your research. Actually, I'm one of the lovers of konjac noodles. Like I know that's quite a lot of products already widely distributed in the market. Is it same with shirataki noodles, right? Shirataki noodles.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm really looking forward for your further research. I already consume like some of the products from the market in using shirataki noodles. It's very good for diets. So yeah, just maybe to remove the unfavorable smell, maybe you can consider in creating the noodles, maybe add some flavors such as like lime leaves, like daun jeruk, something like that. Maybe, yeah, just some suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Listia, for the suggestion. Any question? Maybe I want to ask to Mr. Ricky. Why do you choose to forest HLSY and HLGL in your study? And as we know, the new capital in Indonesia will be built in the East Kalimantan. Is there any impact from this construction to the forest population in the forest you studied in your paper? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lydia. My voice is clear. Sungai protection forest and protection forest have good habitat for fungi population that still natural, pristine, and protect from the excessive human activity. So the tree or vegetation in there is still protect for social law or traditional law. Maybe the issue is with new capital. The Sungai BRIN and Gunung Lumut protection forest have traditional law that's forbidden for the people to access the forest. So the forest is still can safety.
Sound not clear.
Yes, Mr. Iki, the sound is not so clear. Maybe you can speak loudly.
Yeah, sorry, I have trouble for the audio. Maybe I repeat the answer. For the Sungai BRIN protection forest and Gunung Lumut protection forest is a good habitat for the banded population because there is still natural, pristine, and protect for the excessive human activity. So the trees or vegetation are still protect with their traditional or social law in this area. Maybe that is problem.
So the construction of new capital is not impact to this forest.
Yeah, the new capital is not impact for the Sungai BRIN and the forest because the maybe have the law social and traditional law for protect the Sungai BRIN and
Okay, thank you, Mr. Iki. Maybe the sound is too small. Okay, maybe is there any question for the others? Or maybe I want to ask to Mr. Sigit. Is Mr. Sigit here? SP Prabowo. Oh, okay.
Yes, I am.
I want to ask, you study the gewang material. Is this gewang material usually used for house in traditional house or in there? And is this treatment with an ACL for the prevention or after termite attack? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nindya, for your question. Yeah, actually, gewang is Corypha hutan, sejenis nipah ya. But we use the petiole. Usually here, the community in East Nusa Tenggara traditionally use the petiole, gewang petiole, for wall and ceiling. Yeah, so this is the component of houses of the traditional East Nusa Tenggara. And yeah, actually I try to use the salt because in some location I see that there is a termite attack there, and the community actually didn't effort anything to try to prevent this attack. They just clean or paint or something to repair the appearance maybe. Therefore, I try to use the salt because salt is very easy to obtain, and the result that salt can preserve. Can use it for preservative to for the Kewang petiole. And this is very significant. Maybe that's it.
Okay. And have you tell to the people that you can use the NaCl for the Gewang material?
Yeah, actually, I want to tell my research, but maybe the government can, as like a gelar technology or something like that, or transfer technology. So in this occasion, I can say how to prevent the termite attack from just south from termite attack. Yeah, actually not yet.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sigit. We still have maybe 9 minutes. Any question? Maybe I want to ask to Mr. Raden Esa. In your slide, you used to kind of sagu floor, right? Aren and what is the one more? Aren and kirai sagu. And why do you use this to mix of sagu, and why do you use also the tapioca flour in your biscuit? Because as I know, the sagu and tapioca flour is similar, not the same, but similar texture and similar function. Okay, you can answer it.
Thank you, Miss Lydia. So for tapioca, we use for the control of the product. So from the control, we didn't use any sagu and porang involved in the formulation. But for the other treatment from Formula 2 to 7, we didn't use tapioca and replace it by sagu. We know that both of them have similar characteristic. That's why we try to replace tapioca with sagu, because we see that sagu have also abundant quantity in Indonesia. So we are just try to figure out how it looks like when we create biscuit using sagu flour. Thank you.
And why do you use kind of sagu flour, the aren and kirai sagu? Is it different kinds? Hello? Esa?
Sorry, I can hear your questions.
Okay. Why do you use the kind of sagu flour, aren and kirai sagu, right? You use,
yes.
Why not only one kind of sagu?
Okay, thank you. First of all, we get it two kind of sagu. One is from West Java and one from another island. So we trying to create both of them just to figure out their characteristic. We just want to know what is the difference when we use sagu from West Java and when we use sagu from Kirai. That's it.
Okay. Maybe any question? Maybe I have last question to Purati. In your research, the brown seaweed has the higher PUFA than the red one. And did you compare to the commercial seaweed, the conventional seaweed? Burati?
Yes. Total what, Bu Nidia?
Total PUFA, polyunsaturated
fatty acid.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. If we compare with the tropical seaweed, the value is like standard. But if we compare with the temperate seaweed, for example, seaweed from Korea or seaweed from Japan, the value is relatively low. Maybe because of due to the temperature where the seaweed grow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Rati, for the answer. Is there any question? If there is no question, okay, finally we are in the end of our session. On behalf of second ICONLIG committee, I would like to thank all the presenter for all of your nice presentation, and all the participants for your participate in this session. And please give applause for all presenters today. And I would like to thank to all of ICONLIG team for the help. And last, we will have camera session. Please open your camera and follow my instruction. Wait. We will start 3, 2, 1. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, and we have finished all of paper presentation today. Now all presenter and participant, please back to our main room for the closing of second ICONLIG. Once again, I would like to thank you for all of you and see you in the third ICONLIG next year, inshallah.
Thank you, Bu Nidya.
Thank you,
Assalamualaikum.
Bu Nidya.
Thank you
Thank you
all.
very much.
Recording in Indonesia menghasilkan variasi genetik yang sangat melimpah, baik dari tumbuhan, hewan, dan mikroorganisme.